Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, moreover, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Vonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kebab, congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? This one you got today. Spoon TV. This one you got today. Spoon TV. Spoon Spoon entertainment. Yes, information. To be Spoon television. Yes, I do. Spoon radio station. Spoon television.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, standing with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
Okay, folks, we're here tonight with another edition of the program Spoon Talk. We're live on Spoon 107.5 FM, Fabric 101.1 FM, and Super 95.5. We're live online at Spoon Talk Live on YouTube, on Facebook, Spoon TV Live, Super TV, and also Fabric TV Live. I'm Nelson Colette. This is where you get authentic information. Of course, Spoon Talk is back on your radio. So I'd like to now bring in Dr. Richardson on tonight's edition of the program. Let me say good evening to you, Dr. Richardson.
Hi, Nelson. How you doing?
Yes, I'm doing well, Dr. Richardson, and it's good to see you.
You too.
How are you?
Very good to see you. I'm doing good. Relatively busy, but let me just say, today I was just thinking about, there's probably nowhere in the world that I can hear your hello. I was just thinking of a lot of things. It's something about Liberia, that I'm sitting here and I'm yearning to hear that your hello. People be passing. You just gotta speak.
Yeah, hello, your morning, and
your morning.
Right now, one of the things in the country is that everywhere you pass, people have microphones. Those
Yes.
those
Lone Star,
speakers. Yeah,
Lone Star Orange, Lone Star Mini. That killed me when I was
yeah.
home.
Lone
That
Star
killed
Mini,
me.
Lone Star Data. So that's one of the signatures. If anybody tried, maybe lying to you, if they were calling from Liberia and they tried maybe making you to believe that they are calling from somewhere else, once you hear Lone Star Mini, Lone Star Data, know that that person that
Yes.
person is in
I would
Liberia.
say y'all hello any day or that Lone Star did that, Orange did that, Lone Star, and they can. I think they can be intentionally putting that thing outside so everybody can be disturbed by it. I was really disturbed the last time I was home because somebody was selling, the data, and they just put that outside of their home, and it just kind of it was loud, disturbing the entire neighborhood. I was like, oh my goodness. So, but yeah, yes, yes, yes. So let's just, I just want to say hello to all Liberians and passionate lovers of Liberia, I'm sorry, that are watching the show. Make sure that you share the show. Get a friend to listen. We're going to have a great discussion today about Liberia, like we always do. I also want to welcome Mr. Gibson Juro, who is enjoying Liberia. You gotta, I know you've been here. Yeah, hello. I missed that.
Enjoying
Y'all missed
Liberia. I'm enjoying Liberia.
it. Ah,
You
one day
know,
I'll be there.
I think he hearing the Lone Star Mini, Lone Star Data, because I saw him the other day windshield wind up. So I think he hearing it. He start hearing it. Yeah.
That thing there can be in your neighborhood. They want to turn around and put that thing there on
Remember
your
when I go buy
neighborhood.
my cola, I can hear it, man. Loose that data, I can hear it.
Uh-huh. You can put it right outside. It's almost like under your window, and you can make it loud. Oh my goodness. I know who brought out other thing to Liberia. Jesus. Yeah.
But
Anyway,
it's creating employment though.
yeah,
It's
well,
creating
that's the
employment.
upside. It is the upside to that. We have to admit that, giving, the young people and older people something to do, but it's a noise pollution to me. It falls in that category with other noise pollution that we know is prevalent in Liberia. But, hey, that's the country we have that I love. Uh, versus, I sat down here for a second just preparing for the show, and I couldn't hear any anything else. In yeah, a pin could drop out here. It's so quiet. I'm like, Jesus, what's going on? But contrast to Liberia. Anyway, Mr. Gibson Jr. will, once we get the trending news, you help me welcome Liberians to the show. Those of our viewers who are commenting during the show, you help me welcome them. So Nelson, tell me what's going on.
Yeah, so lots of issues trending in the country today. So I just like to start from here. The president has returned to the country, President George Weah,
Mm,
after paying a working visit to Israel. That visit that produced some photos on the social media. The president has returned to the country from that visit. So he briefed reporters today upon his arrival at the Rabat International Airport. According to him, the visit was intended to strengthen bilateral relations between Liberia and Israel. That's according to the president. And he made specific reference to some areas that the trip is going to make some impact. He talked about agriculture, health, and education as areas that his trip to Israel will make some very keen impact. And so that was when he arrived today at the Rabat International Airport, and then he was briefed by a team of reporters. So that's one of the trending news in the country today. Uh, the next one has to do with the press conference today that was held at the headquarters of the All Liberian Party, the ALP, uh, when Henry Costa announced that he is no longer a political ally of the former ruling Unity Party, and that uh, and also to former Vice President Joseph Wakai. Um, he mentioned several things today at that press conference. According to him, the UP standard bearer Joseph Boakai is a betrayal. He betrayed him, and he said, despite rejecting a 30 million United States dollars offer for him to contest against Joseph Boakai and the ALP, he was betrayed. He was betrayed by the vice president or former vice president Joseph Boakai. And on the flip side, we are moving so close to the October 10 elections. So today there was a a radio appearance that was paid by the political leader of the MPC, the Movement for Progressive Change, Mr. Simeon Freeman, who happens to be um, a Liberian businessman as well. So during that press conference, it was relayed on several radio stations across the country as well. And during that appearance, the MPC political leader disclosed that the problems to Liberia, the solutions rather to Liberia's problem lies within the fact that the country has not gotten to a point to see the need to privatize some government institutions. So he talked about sectors or areas like the Liberia Petroleum Refinery Corporation, the LPRC, the Ministry of Information, and others as some of the institutions that could be run by private operators. And then the government of Liberia would just be in the business of collecting the taxes or other things, and the private actors would be able to run those institutions. And so he said, he stressed the need for the privatization of most of our institutions across the country. And according to him, that will reduce the whole cost of paying people monthly, government carrying on maintenance, and all of those extra expenditures that government goes through because the government runs those institutions. And on the flip side, the political leader of the Economic Freedom Fighters of Liberia, it is called the EFFL for short, Emmanuel Gungwe, today warned the Coalition for Democratic Change that any attempt to rig the elections, there will be serious consequences. And his warning came from the backdrop that, according to him, the CDC is on record for saying that the election will be a one-round victory. There will be a one-round victory for them. He says he doesn't believe so. So he is insinuating that the background for that statement is that maybe the CDC wants to rig election. So he sent out a strong warning today that the CDC should not even think about anything of such, as there will be strong consequences. So those are just a few of the many happenings in the country. I have a whole listing before me here that I'm registering. If I were to go through it, we're not leaving.
Yes, I can see. I mean, there were a lot of things happening in Liberia today, more than usual. I mean, even though we have a busy country, but a dramatic busy country. But
Yeah.
oh my goodness, I mean, all of them just were like, you had to talk about them. Well, I want to again welcome Mr. Gibson Jiru. I see Mr. Debe. I'm sorry, Mr. Debe will be joining us very soon. And let's just welcome our viewers, our listeners. We want to welcome you to Spoon Talk. We definitely will be talking about some of the issues that are pertinent to our country, and also that will help us make good informed decisions October 10th. So call a friend, share the show. So I'm going to welcome you, Mr. Dibby, again to the show. Thank you for coming in. And Mr. Gibson, I'm just going to ask you guys to welcome about 10 persons each. And then I will just go ahead and be the last person to welcome our guests.
Okay, so let me start here, and then Mr. Debe will do the big one for me. Let me start with Biko Ramsey said, I'm watching. Jenny Chukusako said, NEC is still registering candidates. I think you mean NEC and not NECK, right? I got it. And this one is coming from this person is an Arabic writing. I don't read Arabic, but it has a very great message. It says, hello and welcome everyone. The promised global savior. Oh, I'm not going to read this one. These are one of the solicitors. And Moses Merlin Bird, Moses Merlin Bird Sr. said, good evening to everyone. I'm Moses Merlin Bird Sr., following from my residence in Matadi District number 9. All right, Matadi. It's right close to me, not too close. But this one, Alison Theophilus Bolly says, $30 million? I just laugh. I don't know what makes you laugh because that's a great figure that anybody gave me that one, I'll be running with it. And this one coming from Carrollton M. Moore Man says, good evening, Spoon family, and watching from Duperol. I want to say this one, do this one for Patrick Spencer Beamer says, take it or leave it. JMB is the next president come October 10. And Vanessa Tillman says, oh God, Liberia needs a better leader because other African countries are getting away from these Western words. But our leaders are still making deals with them. They need to know it's the only country we have our gold are gone. All black people are not respected around the world. The Western world said it's our leaders' fault. Our leaders don't know what they have done to the country. A great comment there, and a very strong one. But this one is more even interesting. Say Prestonic, Aplictonic say $30 million was rejected with a question mark. Who's going to answer that question? Vasily Garrier says, hello, Mr. Vice President Henry Pedro Costa. I will stop right here for now.
Thank you. Thank you. You add such energy to the name calling. Mr. Debe, you want to go ahead and help us?
Yeah, so thank you. And I will try to be not, I know Gibson's a journalist, so he knows how to get
Yes,
it going. So
it came on.
let me take off from Gibson to welcome Maria Paul. I'm watching from Brampton, England. Moses J. Flomo. I'm watching from my comfortable home in New Georgia Estate. Oh, that's the estate where I spent some time growing up as a child years back in the late 80s. Holmes A. Vanny, he says, I'm here for the first time at work listening. Hope I can I can be impressed about this discussion. Sari Kamara, Dr. Racing, thank you, Mama. Ruth Kekula, good evening, my Spoon family. I'm following from Omega behind the market. Famata Gay, it's time to eat good food from New Jersey, NJ. Seku Donzo, good evening to Spoon family, rescue team, and District 2 Representative Hopeful, Honorable Seku Kane, aka Talk and Do. Agnes V. Blapo Tato, he says it was a spiritual visit. Stay pushing my cartoon, but I am here. That's yours, Carter Jr. Hello, my Spoon family, watching from Johnsonville, that's in Liberia, outside Monrovia. And Patrick Spencer Beamer, I'm watching live from New Jersey. So I can stop here now and then the registration
Yes.
can continue.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you guys so much. I'm not going any particular order. I don't even know where you guys stop. I'm just going to call names here and hopefully we're not repeating ourselves. Shemel Russell says, good evening, Spoon family. I'd like to welcome you. Helena Kizet is also watching us. Archie Seaton is watching. Thank you for being here. Jean Yanapur is also watching. Eddie Russell is watching from Fargo. Adama B. Thompson says hello. Hello back to you. Noreen Boy says, why is your hello? I believe that's what that stands for. That my children text me like that. They text me in letters and I don't I don't get I'm older, so I don't get it. Sometimes I gotta figure it out. But I think YH means dear hello. David Law is here from Bassa County. Um, and Moses Holder is here from River Cess. Jeremy is also here. Thank you very much. Abubakar Kamara is here from Toba Road, Painesville. Thank you for being here. Maurice Lanka is here from the Twins City. Albert Jala is here. He said, "Hello, back to you." David Johnson is here from Barnesville. Francis Weir is also here. Tikon Gibson is here. I think I will stop here. We just want to welcome all of you. We have Debe and Mr. Gibson Jirus here. I'm sure we're going to be joined by others. The other panelists are going to roll in. But thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate you. You also make Spoon talk. I don't want to forget this, Debe and Mr. Jiru. In Philadelphia, July 4th weekend, there a shooting occurred that killed 5 persons, and there was a Liberian included in the shooting. So today, I actually was busy doing other things, and I got a phone call from the dad of the deceased, and I he used to do photographing in Philadelphia years ago, and I think he did a project for me. So I had not spoken to him for almost 25 years, but he called and he was crying on the phone, and I listened to him, and he said my son and I used to watch Spoon Talk 4 o'clock almost every day, and so he's no longer here. Um, I'm just reminded. He said, my way of getting to my son is by calling you. I know we haven't spoken for 25 years, and it was just really, really painful hearing him. So I just want to tell him is that the man that died, he was 30 years old. His name is Joseph Wama. His father's name is Jonah Wama. And I'm so sorry, for such pain. It was just some guy. I mean, kind of, I don't know, AK-47, whatever, and randomly shot people in the streets of Philadelphia. He was caught, and now I think that he's in police custody. But it was just sad. So, Mr. Wama, I beg you, Nama, we're so sorry for Spoon Talk. I know it's tough right now. This hour is really tough for you because this is the moment where you and your son, he said his son will sit in the living room and watch Spoon Talk together and talk about the subjects that we were talking about. So I'm really sorry, Mr. Wama. I didn't want to forget that. So I'm going to transition a little bit and just kind of ask you guys, how are you doing? How was your weekend, and what's on your mind? And we'll start with Mr. Gibson Jr.
Very, very nice to start with me. I'm especially happy that I was able to come to Monrovia and give me one bottle of water. And I was able to attend the announcement of the vice presidential candidate for the LPP Standard Bearer Council of Tier 1 Gonglo. In fact, I served as MC for that program, which actually brought a lot of, excitement. And I'm especially happy because we don't have money to boss people. The people say people are bossing people. I don't know who are bossing people, but we didn't have money to boss people. We were able to galvanize people, and we had a very mammoth attendance. And I think we had a traditional people from both the districts where the vice presidential candidate, Mr. Yagbawolo, Dr. Yagbawolo came from. They counted traditional elders, presented traditional kola nuts to Councilor Gonglo. And we understand that the elders these days can easily be divided on political lines. So we are not going to say all the elders presented kola nuts, but we do know that some of the elders were present and they presented kola nuts and of acceptance of Councilor Gonglo and Dr. Yagbawolo. it is very much good that we participated in these events because, this political season, you will know at the end of the day, the Liberian people are going to decide who is capable of running this country, who is not going to rely on other people telling him what to do rather than the person making an independent decision. We're also going to know in this election that at the end of the day, the Liberian people will be happy and not regret that corruption is going to rear its head again, and not people who wobble in corruption for many, many years, did nothing, and want to come back and claim that they have birthright to the presidency. No, nobody has birthright. So we believe that Councillor Gonglo, at this first round, we're going to distinguish our candidate. If we go to second round and Mr. Cummings become the runner-up to George Weah, or even anybody, or Mr. Barker becomes a runner-up, the party will decide. There are certain candidates in the race I will never support. I can tell you for sure, even if Councillor Gonglo says, let's support this person, I will disagree. I will never support them because I don't believe that they can lead this country. They don't have original ideas. They don't have new ideas anymore. They are dead completely politically, and they rely on other people to do their thinking and their talking and their everything. Those kind of people, I cannot support them politically. But Councillor Gonglo has his way. He has his way. And thank you very much, Dr. Richardson, for bringing our story up. I read a story this morning. Honestly, my heart rented, especially the Liberian guy who was killed in the process. I didn't even know that he watches Spoon, but now that you say it, you even make it much more sorrowful for me. And we want to join you and say, Nama, we know it happens. I too lost a son before. It's very hard to lose a child, to lose any member of your family. So we want you to take heart. We are with you in prayer, and we hope that God will give you solace. Thank you.
So sad, so sad. And I just read someone just said that area is the Liberian community, which is true. The Woodland Avenue, Chester Avenue area is the Liberian community there. So we want to tell the Liberian community sorry, take courage as well. Debe?
Yeah.
Your mind.
Okay. So, but let me join you and my brother Gibson to actually extend our sympathy to the family for the loss. It can be very saddening, a very, very, a mournful period. But that's the will of God that we will always say. God giveth and God taketh. But I mean, Dr. Richardson, I know I've got to know that you did something in psychology or some mental health things. And that's really a problem I'm battled with in Liberia. The issue of drugs. I mean, drug has been consumed many years in Liberia by people, but the extent to which is now ongoing. In fact, I just left having a small conversation with one of my colleagues. We are both discussing how to organize something that would do with drug prevention with teenagers, so that we can begin as early as possible to start doing some preemptive decision that we organize program that children can do, especially during this vacation. We are looking at how we can pull our little resources together to begin to make some contribution to Liberia by saving the young people's life from drug. I mean, we may not have the way to stop drug from coming to this country, but we can start doing some serious awareness with the young people from the age of 10 and above, the challenges, the difficulties, I mean, it's just not good to do drugs. So I want to also take this time to talk to you and see how we can maybe talk after a year, so we can see we can all put hand around this idea, and we can do a big program. Maybe we'll do a cohort. Maybe after every 3 days, we can have a group of 10, group of 15, or group of 20 every 3 days discussion. We want to find people who have been hooked on drug and have been redeemed, so they can serve as panelists. I mean, serve as mentors or so, because it's a challenge for the country. Some of us, we really are worried about how the country will go in the next 10 to 15 years from now. I'm also concerned about, the politics of Liberia. Like I always said, leadership is a generational issue. Nobody can dispute that. even in the area of professional environment. Right now, Gibson is a journalist. I don't think Jason wants to get involved with being PUL president. Gibson, do you have interest in serving as PUL president?
Right now, no. The PUL constitution provides that before you can serve as president, you must be a sitting editor or something like that. I have served as managing editor, as editor before. So if I will contest, I will. It will be difficult for me to win at this point. I have to be back in the media.
Well, I mean, let's say, I mean, at the current condition you are, if you were serving as a sitting editor, would you mind to contest for being a PUL president?
Oh yes, I really love to. I've been planning to contest the PUL position. I once served as chairman of the press club, which hosts the lecture series. I was once a chairman, and it's a standing committee, and so executive committee. So I was part of the executive committee. But yes, every journalist in Liberia desire is to serve at one point in time at the height of the PUL, which is a very good thing to do.
Okay. So, I mean, like that already, my concern has actually been around, in terms of politics, I've always thought that the generation of Liberians right now should be the one deciding who becomes the next president of Liberia. And I really think that they should look among themselves as generational leaders and take one of them to serve as the leader. And so I would like to introduce Dr. Clarence Monimba, who is part of this generation of people, especially so those within the age group of 35 to 45 or 50. They have to take charge of this country. They have to take charge of their own generation. They have to think about how they're going to move this country forward, because they are the one who are bearing the greatest burden of what is happening in this country right now. So I would think that Liberians should begin to think twice, and I believe this platform, or Spoon platform, should be serving that purpose to help people to make decisions. So whatever Gibson says, what I say, what you say, what the rest of the guys say, I think we can provide a space for everyone to speak out and express their thoughts about issues. It will be better for Liberians to make decisions. I also think that a lot of Liberians have said that and made a decision as to who do we support. And a lot of them are depending on the Spoon show based on information we're providing here to make informed decision come October 2023. But another thing also is that, I mean, in this 21st century, in this day and age, Dr. Francis, I mean, there's a community in my Gibi I've always gone to. It's a town called Fozon. I went to this community to meet with a traditional, female leader, and they said she was helping to give birth, like a traditional birth attendant. Dr. Francis, you won't believe that this little community that this woman was helping to give birth, their major source of water to drink, to do whatever, is from a stream, a place. And I sat by and I saw people going to this stream to fetch water to take into where this mother was giving help to give birth. So I was imagining, I said, is that child going to be arriving in this Liberia? The first water to receive will be water from that stream. So, I mean, I came to this studio today because that situation rather broke me down. Why should Liberians in this day and age, a Liberian arriving into the world, is being bathed, or the first access to water in Liberia is as water from a stream that is unsafe? You understand that? I mean, it really broke me down today, and I had to come to this show, but I thought that I would actually use the time to let people know that our country is not moving as it should be. This country is not as good as we think it should be. We should not be complacent with what we have. If a few of us can access water at home through the pipe-borne water, whatever, but I mean, there are thousands of Liberians out there that are still surviving on streams, creeks, and open wells. So these things should inform our decision making when it comes to politics. We should not just say, oh, win, win, win. To win, it doesn't matter. But we should be voting for leadership. Leadership entails problem solving. This is just an example of the problem we have here. Access to safe drinking water is a problem in this country now, at this current moment. So I really thought that while we're having our chit chat, while our colleagues are coming, I thought to introduce this so that it can guide us as we discuss Liberia. That's just one of what I saw. It's many. And when the reason why I'm saying this, 4 zone is just possibly like 30 minutes I would drive from Pinsville there. I mean, it's just next to Morovia, even though it's in Magibi County. And you can imagine what's happening in Grange there, in Lofa, in Cape Mount, in Bapolu, in Maryland, in Sino, River G, Grand Bassa, River Cess. I mean, across the length and breadth, people in rural Liberia are still accessing water from the streams and creating open wells. It should be something that it should battle us as we consider our decision making during this election period.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Debe. Debe, Robina Lewis, who is also from Pomais, so is on the in the comment section teaching me. She said your name is Nepe. You see where that Depe. So this is an argument that we have to carry on. I want to welcome Miepe Gono. Welcome to the show, Miepe. It's good to see you today. Yes, and also Abula Mame. I'm looking forward to having a great discussion with you guys today. I see Fadika will be coming on as well. I think I saw him briefly here. We're just beginning, kind of going through what's on your mind today. What would you like to discuss? And then we have a few topics relating to the trending issues in the country that we'll be discussing. So, Miepe, what's on your mind today?
Oh, thank you very much. I hope you guys had a good weekend. I'm happy to be on the PKS platform this Monday evening. And I sent you all greetings. Today, it's a very exciting day for me. I'm looking forward to discussing our very successful tour in Bonk, in Magibi, and of course, my own hometown, Nimba. We saw our leaders there over the weekend, and we saw such a successful visit. And I want to say thank you for this platform and everything you do to keep it, because I remember I had calls from many of our supporters, and they were saying, where is Spoon? Why is Spoon now on the trail? You cannot believe what's going on here. We don't see Spoon. I said, oh, but there's Spoon thing. Yeah, so you don't know that Spoon is a big deal. The people saw other people, I will not call their name, but when they didn't see Spoon, they had us working the phone to make sure. And good thing you had correspondent out of town as well. And and it was difficult. I had to let them know Spoon themselves just had a tragedy. One of your cars were involved in a motor accident. Very, very unfortunate situation. Very, horrible loss there. And I was letting them know maybe this has impacted the communication with them. But I thank you later on that we're able to get coverage from what is the biggest internet and radio network in our country. So thank you for all you do to have this platform on. It's very helpful. It's very, very, very helpful.
Thank you. Thank you, Miepe. So let's go to Mr. Mame. Mr. Mame, you want to just tell us quickly what's on your mind before we go into our topic for the day?
Yes, just to welcome the other colleagues on the platform. Like I said on the last show we're going, I just wanted to re-highlight that Nepe is a national champion. We should celebrate outside of the political differences we have. He has broken barriers that are not easily broken in our country. He rose from being an ordinary security guard to where he is today as a professional. So most of the time, security people see themselves just limited in the confines of being security. To pull himself from being an ordinary security guard, working in the Chancellor Security Force, to be a professional man today with a master's degree, for me, it touches my heart.
Yeah.
And I wanted to highlight that so people listening to us can see Nepe as an example to follow. With that said, we recently announced our running mate, Dr. Yakbawolo, in Bonk County. What we begin to experience and we want to cut off immediately is a growing trend in Liberia of what we call recognition elitism, where when few quote-unquote educated people people who have access to these platforms, people who have access to radio stations, people who have access to offices, when they don't know you and don't know your name, the conclusion is you are not popular and do not have influence, and your name is not recognized. That is recognition elitism. Mr. Dr. Yakpawolo lived over 10, 15 years of his life working across Liberia, working with women to especially rural and traditional women, to ensure their rights to land was protected by law. He worked with indigenous people across the country, ensuring what has never happened in Liberia history since 1847 was enacted into law, and that is the recognition of the indigenous right to land. So he's popular across the country with people who land issues matters to most. Unlike you and myself, who have the ability and the resources to move from one place to another, these people in villages do not have the resources to move. So they depend on their land. Land for them is more than its monetary value. They are attached to it and they can die for it. He worked with them. He worked for them to protect their rights to land. He's popular. Prior to 2005 election, nobody knew Joseph Boakai as a politician. Nobody. But because of the work he did with his people in Lofa, on the ground, and not on the radio station and in the boardrooms, he defeated all the popular candidates in Lofa and delivered Lofa to Ellen Johnson twice because of the work he did on the ground. Yakpawolo has done sufficient work with our people, especially those women in the villages whose rights to land was never recognized. It's not he alone, but his effort, his contribution, teaching them how to ensure their rights are protected, producing documentary with the land beneath our feet to protect people's rights to land. He is popular, and we should stop this trend of recognition elitism.
Thank you, Mr. Mame. Fadega, how are you?
Agree.
I'm doing great. I'm glad to be here. It's been a while, but
I expected you're going to show up today.
well, already on my own Facebook page, blasting.
You already started today, huh? I didn't see that.
Yeah, I had to come out because honestly, the long anticipated whatever garbage came out today, and we're here to debunk some of those things. I already said most of it on my platform. So, but the thing here is, what on my mind, or not on my mind. One of the things that have consumed me over the last couple of weeks, months, is the drugs business in Liberia. Honestly, you don't know. I don't think our people understand the magnitude of what they're getting in. If you understand what drug addiction is, you will cry for Liberia, especially that group that have been targeted. America cannot get it under control. I'm telling you, with every money that has been poured into this country, look, for me right now, this is the main reason George Weah should be from power. If nothing else, we cannot decide on anything else to remove this guy from power. Drugs should be the number one reason right now that the CDC should never spend a day in power. If nothing else, drugs addiction is worse than the Civil War. This is for generation to come. This is something that we're going to lose our entire, the next generation. Liberia is a very youthful country. And of course, some of the few things on my mind would be, I see people celebrating a young man that is very confused, a young man that is delusional, a young man that I'm sure will go into serious depression in the next couple of days. I'm seeing all the sound. We're seeing him coming out making something. The next thing, he will go into isolation. The next thing, he will be secluded. The next thing you will see, you will start having all those different mental health breakdown in the next something, because when it's a young man destroys.
Fadega, hold that thought, because we're going to kind of transition into that.
We'll go there. All right. But yeah, I'm just saying that we should expect those things, and one of the main reasons I'm here today. And we'll be discussing those things.
Thank you. I actually wanted to draw our attention to something I read in one of the newspapers, and it had to do with the prison system. I read that there's been decreased funding for the prison system in Liberia. It was a very long story about this guy who committed a crime and was sent to prison, but never got a trial. And the crime that he committed, the penalty for that crime is 4 or 5 years in prison, and he's been in prison about 4 or 5 years already. So that should tell us that our justice system, uh, that the prison system falls under, is not working as we should expect it to work. There was some statistic in the paper that I read. There's 2,167 persons that are jailed without trial. Can you imagine that? 2,000 plus persons are jailed without trial. 862 are convicted of a crime, so they went through the justice system. 70% are detainees have never been tried before. They're just there, and it's a inhumane condition. They don't eat well. There's pests all over the place, roaches. The guy was describing the place in the article that I read. And for me, again, it's the subject of prison rehabilitation. Eventually, the prisoners do get out of jail when they've served their time. But then when they come out, if they don't get rehabilitated in jail, what's going to happen to them? They're going to come back to us in the community. And perhaps if they're not rehabilitated, destroy or harm, it could be you or me later. And I wonder about the due process, how unconstitutional it is to keep someone in jail without trial. I also wonder about cruel and unusual punishment, being harsh with them. So that was what on my mind today, thinking about the people in the prison system and how we need to revamp our prison system and become more humane on that end. So yeah, let's transition again to talking about the talk of the day. In fact, Nelson read a lot of things today. That's Liberia is busy today. Oh my goodness, it's always busy, but it's unusually busy today. So let's start. Will that serve our audience well?
Dr.
Yeah.
Richardson, can I say something on the prison system before you go?
Sure.
All right. So what you were just saying about the prison system, it brings to mind a few things. That's true. The justice system is not where it needs to be. People are sent to prison. They haven't had their time in court, except maybe it's a high profile case, and then you see things being, moving at a faster pace. But I don't know what the headline was, but I know you said something about. But I'm reminded, when election circle comes, you start to see people talking about there is no funding for the prison, overcrowded, no money. They're trying to get the people out now, thinking that people will vote for them, get them out during these times. That one of the reasons we start to see headlines like that. This is a system that they say when you take someone to court, sometimes you got to feed them. Imagine a person committed a crime against you, you took them to court, allegedly committed a crime, and then you got to cater to them because you want them held behind bars. So during election time, you will see where sometimes they say they got to let these people go simply because, politically it benefits them. Just like we talk about the issue of drugs, where they can make the right decision because they were on those substances. And before we transition, I just want to bring and give light on what Mambe said. Mambe, I agree that we're all Liberians, that no group of Liberians should be looked down upon simply because they were from a certain part of the country or not from a certain elite class or they are Yakpaulo. I agree with you 100% that people have worked in their communities and they are known in their communities. I just want to differ with you a little bit when you say that similarly with Joe Boyka, who was not known prior to 2005, that's not true. He served in key government positions. He was known in our country and he served as leaders in those positions, like I said, key government positions. So just so you know, the name Joseph Yima Boyka, he may not have been. He went to CWA, a matter of fact. So he was known, he's been around, he was known prior to 2005. Thank you. And let's get into the key issues.
Yeah.
Let me provide some statistics on the prison, just for 10 seconds. According to, because I'm working with one group.
Jerry,
and
hang on, let me just.
Jerome, let the moderator welcome some more us now. You've been talking for 45 minutes. Yeah, man. You've been talking about the goodness of your party for 45 minutes.
Well, the pressing thing is a general information, good for everybody. It's not something that is.
Let the woman moderate. Let the woman recognize us. Today is a very serious day. Today is a very serious day. We know that you guys are collaborating with the ANC, but let's have a different show today, please.
Very
good.
Yeah, let give him some time to speak.
No, don't give him 10 seconds.
So you get through it out there.
Don't give him 10 seconds. The man finished talking for. Look at Fadiga just came in here and say hello.
My man, the moderator gave me 10 seconds. You can't deny me that 10 seconds. I already got 10 seconds. You know, we are working with a group, and this United Nations on April 14, 2023, published a very scathing report on Liberia that out of the 3,000 persons that are in jail currently, about 71% of them are pre-trial detainees. That's about 2,137 people who are in jail today that have never had a chance to face the judge, and they are in pre-detention, which speaks very badly of the justice system on the current administration. I just wanted to say that in support of Madam Gono's comments.
Yes, thank you. So Stella, take over the show.
No. I think you do the show today, but you do it right. I know you want to go. I know you want to go through your Gonglo brothers, but you have to do it right. Seriously speaking, I know you guys are in collaboration with the Gonglos, and you have two of them on the show. But as a matter of fact, we gotta reduce them. We gotta reduce them to one. So therefore, we have to have only one person on the show that will represent a political party. I mean, when Gonglo will start paying the network, because the Gonglo is not paying. And you guys on the show on Charo.
Okay.
You know. Yeah, man. Come on. Fatiga. They put the thing all the time. The people losing
and they can't talk small.
But the Fadiga man you're talking about, you never pay a dime.
No, so they losing. No, but listen, guys, you guys losing $30 million free, you're refusing it. Then you can't show you can't talk something. $30 million is small money to refuse. But Fadiga talk to me, man.
No, maybe that JMB people get $30 million.
Fadiga talk to me. So
it
will be one. Let me listen. It will be one at a time. Either Mame or Gibson. One of you gotta decide who stay on and who don't show up. You're rotated, man. You're too plenty for us, my man. The election between Joseph Boyka and we ain't here to waste time with Councilor Gonglo and Dr. Yagbawulo Kopuge. But let's have a good show, folks. Let's have a good show.
No
comments. I never met Gibson.
No comment.
I think I go ahead. Then I will come in.
Well,
no, actually,
what was it?
The plan is to talk about the training issue, which is the.
Yeah, but can we do our intro?
I'm sorry. You're the only person who didn't do your intro.
You're the only person I've done my intro already.
Okay, because I just trying to hear another 30 seconds of Fadika, but let me do my intro. So this is my intro, right? Coming on the show, seeing my own brother Johnny, and he didn't answer the question whether he was Chancellor Bolega or not. It's concerning to me. I'm very, very concerned. But I will discuss that later. My second intro is having Gibson, Jeru, and Abula Mambe on the show the same day or week. It's disturbing to me. Because Councilor Tewan Gonglo and Dr. Yakbawulo Kopuge, they got to start contributing to the network. So that's my second intro. My final intro, I see Wozy in the back. He's coming on as a bar man. Mo Ali cannot wait to come on. Fagon going to come on. And folks, listen. We will be discussing Henry Pedro Costa and his 30 million. We will discuss it today. We will be discussing the game that CPP, ANC, they are initiating a conversation. We received the text messages today, the attack on Joseph Yiman Boyka. but not on Josh Manawia. We have to discuss it, the way forward. And let's try to wrap things up about Tawan Gonglo campaign when he put out his VP, the important. I'm tired of talking about Moneybar, Dr. Moneybar Clarence, and his VP. We'll leave that with our brother Johnny to further discuss it. But this is a very serious time. We have to understand that we are in election season. Today is the 10th of July. Election is but 3 months. You either make it or break it. You either for or against. And folks coming out right now to say we against and we are not for, or we for and we are not against. It's about George Manawia and Joseph Yimabwaka. Period. There is no shortcut. You either re-elect President Wia or you bring in Joseph Yimabwaka. You cannot have it both ways. This election, for my intro, is not about Mr. Cummings. Mr. Cummings should wait for 2029. Mr. Cummings should complete his property, his home he's building on Ralphie Highway. That when people sit there and say, you get nothing in Liberia, Mr. Cummings can point to his house he's just started to build. Mr. Cummings' parents from Maryland, he got nothing in Maryland to show that he cared for the people of Maryland. The in-house fighting of CPP is too rampant. We receive information with the last 30 seconds I have. Seriously, I'm not kidding. This thing, Mr. Cummings is making a very tough decision right now. He either just drop out or he ride with the wave and he casts his support for George Manawia. Why did I say George Manawia? It's the best option for Mr. Cummings. Because if George Manawia wins an election, guess what happened? It's only 6 years. If President Bwaka, Vice President Bwaka wins an election, it's but 12 years. You decide. It's not joke. We have documented proof. There was a meeting held on Saturday by ANC Global here in the United States on Zoom. Elias Morgan was part of that meeting. Vavi was part of that meeting. I can name who all attended the meeting by Zoom. They said the only attack should be on Joseph Yimabwaka. How did I know about Murari Yakula and Aloysius still fighting in the presence of Mr. Cummings? Mr. Cummings stood up and he walked out of that meeting and he left them to fight. Why Aloysius still is fighting to be the chair in Monserrado? Why Toga McIntyre saying he doesn't trust Louis Brown to manage the campaign. The campaign team is dead upon arrival. Why Musa Beretia is saying there will be no opposition unity in the second round. Folks, we have some serious discussion to carry on tonight. I want to appreciate your time. It will be very interesting. Don't hold anything back. The action of Henry Costa, we need to discuss it. Is Henry Costa saying the truth or is he lying? Above all, Liberia should be first. Remove our personal attack, our personal interest. Who better to lead the country? Did Henry Costa refuse $30 million? Did he? Who offered Henry Costa $30 million? He said in his press conference, the financier, are they sedition offering $30 million? Is it true that somebody outside the country see fit that Henry Costa can make a better president and they offer him $30 million? Let's have this discussion, folks. I appreciate my time given for my intro, and we will stand firm on this one. They will insult us, but Liberia is first. We have done enough, and we will not fall back, but we will speak truth to power. Tonight, we will say that which is right for the Liberian people. Thank you, Dr. Richardson.
Thank you. Before we move forward, I want to respectfully disagree with your views about Mr. Cummings.
And that's my intro, though. Can we
That's
do
fine.
Ain't you know your intro? Rosie got to do it on her intro, too. I know you would disagree with me, sister. You ANC, I'm not ANC.
You don't know where you got your text messages from or what you know about
Dr. Richardson, but I'm my intro. When we come to the red discussion, then you will see the messages. Yeah, don't set the tone, Dr. Richardson.
But anyway, Mr. Samuel Wusi, I will come back to myself.
I know she was going to attack me. I know that. So
yeah, but you know now that is, you're on the other side. Go ahead.
I don't know, sir. I'm on the Liberian people's side, the side that you refuse to be on. I'm on
not
the Liberian people's side,
not-
the side that you refuse to be on. You and your party decide to go back to Madam Salif. That's the side I'm not on. That's the side I would not accept.
Can you
That's
tell?
the side
Can
to
you
give
tell the
George
audience?
Manuel another 6 years. That's the side I will refuse tonight. But let's go ahead, madam.
Can you tell the audience that Madam Seti also brought your person that you support, Mr. Buckeye?
I'm not supporting anybody. I
Well,
say
well,
open it every day.
if you say that I'm on the side of only Liberian people, I'm not on the side of Liberian
I'm
people.
supporting the Liberian people.
Support yourself, Buckeye. But we'll discuss that. Mr. Wossi, please welcome to the show. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
It's gonna be rough tonight.
Yes,
Thank you, Dr.
welcome.
Richardson. And I must admit that I enjoy Mr. Waterspoon's opinion, his analysis, his intro.
Really, Wossi?
So interesting.
You
It's interesting because.
But you're gonna interact everybody. Can Wilson do an intro?
Well, I mean, his intro is kind of interesting because of the generic opinion that he expressed on the issue of which party supports the incumbent president and why he thinks it is not a healthy decision. I mean, that's the beauty of democracy. But on a serious note, while it is true that there is this political desperation to unseat the incumbent government, it is important to recognize the fact that this president still enjoys the support of a ratio of the population, the voting population. So I think that's where Stanton's analysis comes from. The line that considering that you have an incumbent president who is still making some moves to reduce the influence of the opposition, it will be an act of cowardice for the opposition to begin to launch attacks in-house. Doing anything like that is considered an ambivalent approach, like you're undermining your own team effort. It should be a collective block. But an attempt...
CPP was about,
Yeah, an attempt to go against, an attempt to divide the block and then go in bits and pieces, and not just going in bits and pieces, but to begin to turn your attacks in-house. It only puts the incumbent president in a better position. So this is a clear message. Don't be surprised if President Weah topped the first round, maybe 47%, and people start making noise, oh, that cheating, that cheating.
Oh, beg you.
So the only way the opposition, I think, I mean, everybody knows my role. I mean, the role I play and who I am politically in Liberia. And so for some of us, we don't believe in releasing just dummy figures. President Weah has this, what I call special grace of influencing people, even when you think people hate him. So to go to the battle with such a leader and think that when you go divided and you're attacking one another in the same block, you will win him, that means you'll be dreaming. It's a state of utopia. So to just conclude on my opening comment, I don't buy the idea of Mr. Henry Costa claiming that he rejected 30 million. Henry Costa cannot even reject 25,000, at least to talk about 100,000. So I think that is just a strong political ploy intended to indignify a certain political camp, which is a common thing in aggressive or Machiavellian politics, where you try to, using philosophical radicalism or what you call sophism, you try to bring down your opponent or the target by all means, using every possible piece of propaganda material you have to make people think that your target is insignificant, and you try to defame them and make them to appear to those people who they are campaigning to be very insignificant and somewhat unstable. So I think that was his whole intention. That was the intention of that press conference. So I do not buy that. I think it's a blatant lie and it's a propaganda content intended to more or less bring down a certain camp that he has already made up his mind to destroy, quote unquote.
Okay.
So I want to say thanks to all of the panelists here, and I'm optimistic that this conversation today is going to be very resourceful. I see that. I know, Dr. Richardson, you are set to moderate, and I know you got your small ratting there to point. because the way you start to tear down my man, sometimes on our intro set. So I know you prepared today for us. But
Yes.
my people,
I just thought that both of us
Gibson,
were
how you doing,
I just thought that both of us were moderating. I didn't know that she alone was moderating.
Oh yeah, to tell you that she ready with her. She in her Gola Congo mood today.
Hey,
She coming wear her eyeglasses right now.
could I come back move? Boss says it's
Yeah.
good to see you. I think you don't come every day, but it's good to see. It's good to see you here today. It's long time no see.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson.
Let's start with the thing that everybody wants to talk about, Costa's press conference today. And as you speak about that, I want you to just give us there were some good things.
Are we both moderating or you alone moderating? I just want
to what if I go enter today? I need help if I go there. Hijacker is here. So okay, let's do it together, but it's gonna be evening because I know what you're up to today. Okay, all right. Because you're up here, you're here to talk about Cummings business all day. That's what they're saying you for today.
But listen, Cummings wasting the people time. I don't want to do this thing tonight. Let me serious. Cummings wasting the Liberian people time.
Okay,
Cummings own party people saying he wasting their time. That move, man. Let's talk about Joe. We are and Joseph Waka, man. Let's end this Cummings conversation. For real. I
ain't money.
Yeah. Why should we be here talking about Cummings and election 3 months away?
Election
3 months away, and we're talking about Cummings.
Gibson Jerry.
Mama and Larry, you're taking the day off today, right?
Gibson Jerry, we're talking about the press conference that happened today briefly. We'll talk about that. We want to talk about the pros and cons. What do you think were the pros as it relates to the interests of Liberia and the cons as it relates to the interests of Liberia? Because ultimately, Liberia is the focus of all of us here today. So go ahead, Mr. Drew.
If anybody who I disagree with Mr. Costa over the years is me. Nobody else has disagreed with him more than I have, especially with some of the things he said. But putting on my
thank God he went blind. Let's move to his brother Abula. That's not me, that man internet. Let's move to Abula. Abula mama,
the message you see down up internet.
That Jimmy?
No, that me. That man said, you know what you're about to say? But I agree to Costa today. Just because like JMP. So when the man get internet back, we bring it on.
Somebody jamming the man.
Please speak. Your pros and cons, the same question to you. What are your thoughts?
Thank you, and let me appreciate.
I'm sorry. I think he's back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you?
There we
the
go.
main Liberia.
All right, go ahead, Debbie.
Okay, so let me appreciate Ambula for the commendation you made in your opening statement. But personally for me, the kind of person I am, I don't really see why should we be discussing Costa's press statement. Is it really relevant for this discussion? Dr. Francis, do we really have to discuss Costa's press conference today? Let's think about it for a few seconds. How relevant is this to this platform for us to discuss?
So let me tell you how relevant it is. Today's press conference talked about a political candidate who's in the race. And so it's important for us to...
But Dr. Richardson, I'm sorry though, if you choose not to discuss
you can
it,
choose
you can discuss anything. You don't tell me what to discuss. Debbie, discuss about your grandma and your brother Clarence. Let's move on.
Let me finish my comment.
I mean,
No.
God, hold on 1 minute. We to Debbie. And your name Debbie? Deborah? That the name Deborah or Debbie? How you pronounce your last name, sir?
Stanton, whatever way you call it short, you call me catfish. Simple.
Catfish?
Yeah, that's the meaning of my name in my language. It means catfish.
Oh,
so
catfish.
How do you call
okay.
catfish?
So let's go to I don't speak my language well. Let's go to Johnny. Johnny, please discuss anything if you don't want to discuss.
I just want to ask this question, right? But now that it's an issue for us to discuss. I tried to listen to Costa. I was just coming out from somewhere in Magibie. And, Costa has been somebody that has been very strong about my uncle Boakai. Very strong. He had been very strong to the point where, when they had a CPP, when they had all the issues that were coming out, about having convention, other things. He was very vocal. He had been the man that had been like a big spokesman for the CPP at the time when they had the issues. And even when they had a split, he went on the side of Uncle Joe. And he had been doing what he had to do to support the process. So to come out, I mean, I knew when he went silent after the Omen Baga chose his running mate, when my brother Costa went silent. So I thought that he was trying to reflect on what he has done, what he's been doing along the process, what he has put into this process, and probably his expectation was not met in terms of the way he thought he would have been regarded in the process. And so today he came out to say what he had to say. I would think that Liberians, this is what we have. These are people that have been active in politics. These are people that have been active in telling us who the best, who is that, who is this. So we should use this as a point of guidance. Let's begin to reflect. What I say here, what my brother Wosi says here, what Fadiga says, what Ambula says, what Jeru says, what Gono says, what everybody says here. Let our people be out there to evaluate us and see what is important for them. So Costa has made a statement. Costa has been known for the last almost 10 years for being an advocate. Costa stayed in the US. He raised people to go and pull out a for some reason. Costa stayed right. Costa was here. He made almost like 10,000 people come on the street on the June 7th. This is the same Costa today have spoken. So Liberians, let's look at the situation and know who we are. So let me stop here and maybe I'll hear from colleagues who can make additional comment.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to Mr. Gibson Jeru, who was speaking first. So Mr. Gibson Jeru, please continue your thoughts.
Thank you very much for your magnanimity. What I was trying to say was, I don't discard what Costa has said. JMB and the Unity Party depended on Costa for propaganda. JMB left Liberia and went to Ghana on account of the $30 million that was promised. So we all know, you can shake your head. The facts are the facts. I don't mind what people think, but these are facts. JMB left from here and went to Ghana, and we all know he went to Ghana on account of the $30 million that were being discussed. So for us to say that what Costa said is not true, we have to be very careful how we condemn the man and the words that are coming out of his mouth. We have to also understand at what point did Costa break out with JMB. I know the issue of the vice president and it speaks to Costa's ego. I understand that. But we also have to understand that Costa was the darling of the people at the time of the Unity Party. They were using him. He was propagandist. They were his he was their favorite. So if he is saying things now that we didn't know about, there is a need for us to look at it and analyze it objectively, and not because we are supporting JMB or not JMB. For me personally, I'm not going to condemn Costa at this point. I'm still looking at the facts, at all the things he said. I'm evaluating them to see whether I can make any sense of any of them. But for now, I'm not going to condemn Costa. I'm not going to say what he said is true. But I do know that JMB went to Ghana sometime this year for $30 million that he didn't receive, and he came.
So before you go on, let me ask you a quick question. 10 seconds, Dr. Richardson. So what's the fact? Do you have any document to say that Costa was offered $30 million, or because Costa said it, so it's a fact? Can you help us understand?
Asking for document in this kind of forum it's not possible, because there will be so many things you will say here when I ask you for document you will not produce.
No, if I ask you, say, do you have any document? But I'm asking you, what's the fact?
I don't have a written paper. I don't have a written agreement between Costa and JMB and anybody for JMB to go to Ghana.
How do you call it? No, not the going to Ghana. The $30 million fact. Why would you say it's a fact?
Oh, I just told you, Stanton, I cannot discard it and I cannot agree to it. So I just told you that. So I'm in the middle. I'm still evaluating the facts.
So it's not a fact.
Understand what it is. So I don't have documents and I can't discard it. Yeah. So I'm just in the middle for now.
Okay. So let's go on to Mame. I believe you can.
Let me. Can I just say one thing? But I probably say that with my son because he's distorted some of the time.
Hold on, 1 minute. She'll come to you.
Yeah, you have your say. I think we're going to Mame now. and then we'll go to Mia Pat, and then you.
So the first thing I wanted to say is this illusion that the campaign election is over and Joseph Boakai is president is wrong. That's arrogance. 2005, Unity Party got 19% of the vote. We point to the data. 2011, they got 43%. 2017, they got 28%. That is almost 50% less than what they got in 2011. We saw the crowd that Unity Party pulled before the 2017 election. So crowd politics in recent history, coming from Darius DeLong and Thomas Fowler and the rest of the other people, is showing that we are leaning more on crowd to communicate our messages rather than depending on them as a bank of vote. I just wanted to clarify that. The second thing on the whole...
Did somebody say Joseph Boakai won election because he used the word arrogant? Did somebody say Joseph Boakai have won the election?
If you conclude that the election is only between Joseph Boakai and George Weah and the rest of the other candidates are insignificant, that's arrogance. Because
no, nobody concluding. Go ahead, finish up.
Yeah, other candidates are in the election. They've demonstrated strength in specific places, and to just dismiss them because you support one of the two candidates is unacceptable.
It's unacceptable to you, but everyone is entitled to his or her opinion.
Correct.
So
and what we are saying
it's not arrogant. It's not arrogant. It's the case that we're making. Make your own case. But you cannot say You cannot say that because I say it's a two-person race. Hold on, Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson, hold on. Nobody's strangling him. The only person that would be afraid of that Johnny. But Johnny don't get he's not holding his gun anymore. So we're free to talk. But on a serious issue though, I won't call your opinion arrogant. I would disagree with you, but I won't say your opinion is an arrogant opinion, right? Mame, are you okay?
Yeah.
No, yeah, I'm just asking you a question, but you're staring at me.
No, I think it's clear. That is correct.
I don't know whether you're asking me.
Thank you, Wozie. Because my opinion shouldn't be arrogant to you, because the fact remains that I say it's between Joseph Boakai and George.
I think he just meant to say it was a disservice to the other candidates. I think that's
exactly. Use a perfect choice of words. But go ahead, man.
But that's his choice of words. I would be respecting everybody here today.
I know that you're working. I know that you're working with Gibson. I know you're working with Gibson and Johnny and Mame because that's the collaboration that going against people.
We just getting scholarship.
That's a collaboration. I will be quiet. Go ahead, man.
So to the issue around Costa.
Mame say yeah.
I wanted to put who is Costa in context before coming to this issue. In recent time, Costa, you can disagree with him on how he approaches issues. Costa and few other people after 2017 blew breath in a dying opposition who were all waiting and afraid to speak truth to George Weah. Costa and few others, including some of those in Unity Party, but he led the charge.
You got time limitations. So
yes. Yeah, blue breath in a dying opposition. You can't discard that. So this is the person we're talking about. This is the person very close to Joseph Boakai making these claims. My point is, I'm not in the position to validate Costa's claim because the facts are not available to me. But in every society, a society that is committed to change, responsible society, what Costa said today warrant a sufficient and responsible response from the Unity Party. The statement by Joseph Boakai saying Costa is my son, I forgave him, should not be sufficient for Liberian voters. Costa made specific claims that Joseph Boakai promised me to be his VP. That's a claim directly between he and Joseph Boakai. Those are things the Unity Party should address.
30 seconds, my man.
30 seconds. So in 30-second summary, I'm making the case that the United Party's statement against what Costa says is insufficient. And the fact that they cannot speak to specific issues that he raised, it presupposes, it suggests to me that there is an underlying truth in some of what he said. So the onus is on United Party.
I'm hurting you somewhere. Were you laughing?
The onus is on United Party.
You don't want me to interrupt him, so I won't do it.
To speak to some of the specific issue Costa raised. Example one that I will conclude on is Costa promised me to be his VP. You can't be promising everybody to be your VP.
Thank you, Mame. We're gonna go to Miepe, and then Fadiga, and then Stanton, and then me. Go ahead, Miepe. You muted Miepe.
Miepe, you gotta unmute.
And then after Rosie, then we'll go to Rosie too.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Interesting show. I dreaded this moment, but we are yet.
Maybe I told you time running.
I would have liked to focus on Dr. Richardson. Will give me some time to focus on our trail in the Northern Central region, but here we are today with this distraction. Briefly, before I proceed, one of my friends got married yesterday, so she had to pick up something. She just stopped by me. I would like to use this time to say congratulations to my sister, Veronique Diandi, and her husband, Aaron George. Beautiful wedding, wishing them forever. But she asked me a question on why I brought this up. She said, "Sis, but why you dress all like that for?" I said, "We're going to discuss $30 million on spoon. I got to look for my Chanel clothes to dress. Big money. Fucking big money today. I don't want to wear t-shirt and Stanton and go out. Hey, Richardson, you know what we need to discuss? Big money. So I had to look rich. And I want to be like, we'll see what look like he relaxing, you comfort. No.
This is the spoon talk. We just take it simple. This is the spoon talk. We
discuss millions of dollars. Not today is special. But again, a serious note, congratulations to my sister there. But we are today with the long-awaited break of silence from a brother, a friend, former supporter of Ambassador Joseph Yima Boyka. Mame, I know that you said Joseph Boyka just said son, and Costa is my son. I would have read it, but since he already listened to it, I forgive him. There are certain things that are implied. Let me tell you something. One time there was an accusation against a woman I respect in Liberia. We all know and love the Honorable Sheba Brown about the Masonic Temple. I know Brother Jerry Gibson is a journalist. He probably heard it. I like the response the Omar Kim always. She said, you know what? Kyle, when I get it, I go and draft the fly. It doesn't mean she was guilty of those things. All those things happen up the hill on Benson Street. When an old man in his wisdom or man of limited words say, my son, I forgive you, it means these things you are saying are not true. Because for me to forgive you, you must wrong me. That the old man way of saying, my son, you wrong me, well, those things not true. But I am here willing to work with you. You see the $30 million story, and let me come to the Gonglo people before I proceed. It is not a coincidence that they are all on this side. I don't like to use my proximity because I still believe Henry will reach to a place where he realizes certain things and we all can work together. But I have a proximity to Henry Costa more than anybody on this show. And I know how many times the Gonglo poor reached out to me to tap into the 30 million. That's why they hear back in Costa.
Wait. No. Wait. I'm begging you. Are we hearing you right tonight?
Yes.
Gongo people wanted some of the 30 million.
Oh, yes. Especially when they figure out that the old man will not carry Costa, they say, but it can be directed to us. So let me tell you something. I understand the politics tonight. But like I tell you, say 2 reasons. Contributed to Costa, respect for him, respect for the situation he finds himself in, and also but more so respect for my political leader who is telling us focus on the campaign. Today we will discuss this and be done with it. They 30 million story here. My people, at some point in time, we all, or some people, a larger percent of people believed it. Not because they were stupid. You see, for example, we women in Tata Rachel, I know about you. For me, I don't have diamonds. So I think if somebody bring me some kind of box, nicely, something, sterling silver, and they tell me they brought me diamond, I might believe it. Because, I don't have diamonds like that. So I think too, when people don't have, some of us poor people, we don't understand money. And then we can think that it's easier for someone to give you that kind of money. But when you start to talk to people who understand, who been around, you submit yourself and you subject yourself to understanding, you will start to ask questions. We heard the press conference. Dr. Richardson talked about the pros and the cons. Let me start with the pros.
Oh, we just getting started.
Yeah. No, you got 10 more minutes. Tell them a second.
I want to know the good things too now.
Well, you just started, man.
The freedom of expression.
We just started.
Yeah, you got hold on 1 minute. You got 30 seconds. Just give the juicy part, we'll come back to you, okay?
All right. So the fact that he could express himself, and our country is so free, and anybody can call the fourth estate and express themselves, is a good thing. And the fact that our political leader was magnanimous enough to say, listen, I forgive you. It's a good thing. It shows us the leader he will be. The sad part about it is, I think series of political plays are going on, the schemes and counter schemes of 2023. Several fronts. Several fronts. I understand our brother is disappointed. Anybody would if you have your eyes fixated on being a bystander burial. But they use it as they say it's hard to suggest when you say the person told me. I come on the show today and say that Richardson called me. She promised.
Let me ask you a question, Mempe. And I know Dr. Richardson say your 30 seconds is up. But as a co-moderator, like I always do, let me ask you a quick 10-second question.
Mm-hmm.
Were you informed of this 30 million prior to today's announcement?
Yes.
Can you, in 30 seconds, tell us exactly what you know, what you heard prior to this announcement, and what was your advice to the person that spoke to you about this 30 million?
Well, honestly, when I got to hear this, it was surreal, but again, it was when Henry made a trip to Liberia with the 15 people for
I'm sorry, so Henry spoke to you prior to this announcement today. Oh, so it was Henry that spoke to you.
Oh, you're talking about the 30 million in terms
the 30 million story when it came
about. As a whole? Yes,
as a whole.
Course. Yeah.
So can you briefly give us the step to step and your advice to Henry, please?
He said exactly what he said today. That I was approached by some group of people while in Liberia, and they said, we want to make you president. And this is what we can do. We can fund your campaign. And he said he told them no. That even before he said he told them no, I told him that would not be a good idea. This is not a good time. And he said, wait now, you can't let me land. I told him no. I told him to give the money to the old man. And like I brought a diamond story. Me, I see 30 million or other million before. So I'm not even calculating whether this is a government ploy or
why did you tell Henry? Did you tell Henry? And the reason why I want to pay you, it is important. Did you tell Henry that the story seemed that you didn't believe the story?
No, not initially, but as time went by, I reached the point where I felt that the pieces weren't adding up. Not in the first sitting when he said it, but eventually I did say.
Why didn't you believe the story that somebody could have just pulled her out and said, we gave you 30 million? Why?
Well, everything that followed the story did not seem right. And let me tell you something, 30 million in here is something I'll be happy for. Even I can stay on the show and condemn him all night. When Heron get 30 million today, I will benefit. I know who Heron is. I know the kind of person he is. It will be a good thing if he has $30 million. He will say, Mimi is my sister. I will benefit.
But I beg you, why in the story didn't seem right? Why in the story didn't seem right that you said, Henry, I don't believe this, and you're advising
at certain
to get
point
out.
in time, I did not believe it because after the old man refused it, then it reached to the point that they were still willing to support him, his candidacy. And then I said, listen, I have been around one of the most popular political candidates in our country, the current president, George Weah. And during his candidacy, he said he knew all the people in Europe, Asia, and all the Arab world. They admire him for soccer. Nobody offered him that kind of money with his popularity. And I think that if you say Honor Boyka, maybe they will say he's the next person in line, or he has the chances or the chance to become. But for someone who has not been tested at this level, and with all the missteps that I see, I just don't think within the frame of time it is possible for someone to make that investment. And this is why I wanted my brother to be calm, collective, step back, let this process play. You still have
Who do you think were offering Costa 30 million? My last question, Dr. Rich is saying. Who do you think was offering Costa, the group that were offering him 30 million? You care to share with us?
I would think that I will in many ways. When I look at motive, I would think that the motive could come from two fronts. One, someone who does not want him to partake in the Senate race, the Sir Joseph front, because at the time that he said, if it's true, he talked to these people and they offer him, that's when he went to launch his bid for Senate. So my conclusion would be maybe that was meant to stop his senatorial bid. Another could be the issue of someone who has interest in separating him and Joseph Yima Boyka, his support for Boyka, who have sponsored that and say we can feed in his ego that, you know what, wiser than his father you can be. So why not we invest in you? So I think those two motives.
And that second someone could come from which end? CDC?
Well, it could be from CDC. It could also be from the ANC, not just CDC. It could be anybody who does not want JMB to be. It could be Madame Salif. It could be anybody.
Thank you very much, my friend. Dr. Richardson, thank you. I just thought of asking her this question because of what she explained. Thank you. You are muted, Doctor. You are muted, Dr. Richardson.
Yeah, thank you. Fadiga, you are next in line.
Well, I think my good friend Mapia has been too generous to this man. This man is a disgrace to our country. Nowhere we should have a Henry Costa anywhere near the corridor of power. He's dishonest, he's corrupt, and he's delusional. To even think that he can remotely be anywhere near vice president or hold any permanent position in Liberia. He's corrupt, he's dishonest. This man supported President Weah. Current Costa, look, let me tell you something. Part of developmental, how do we call it in psychology? That helped me there with it. Part of growing up is being able to graduate from stages. Your ability to make friends and keep friends, those are part of growing up. This man is still a child. He's still a juvenile when it comes to politics. He's still childish. And that is why he can make friends and keep friends. You see, children don't really care. They're friend with you today, you beat them and come back tomorrow. You know, that is like a kid. He's a big kid. That's why he doesn't have any permanent friends. What we are witnessing here is the final nail in the coffin of this man's political career. Look, The story is a broad day spider story that came from the CDC camp. I don't care how you sugarcoat it. I don't care how you make it. Who is Henry Costa? Henry Costa could not even beat a little known pastor in a representative election. The whole thing, Henry Costa cannot even win nobody in the seat for Senate in Liberia. Henry Costa knew he was not running to be anything. It was just all in say our Liberian term vla. It was just all a ploy. So nobody, he's something. Henry Costa could not even. So I don't know why it's even relevant that someone would come to him out of nowhere. This mysterious figure come and say, "I have 20 million." And first to correct you, Mr. Jaru, Mr. Ambassador Boyka did not go to Ghana to meet anyone. He was coming back from his way to the United States when he made a stop in Ghana. He did not go to Ghana to meet anyone for 30 million. Tell him, say, I say that it's a lie. This whole thing, Henry Costa on his own platform, plenty of people to call him, say, oh, you know what, there was some divine thing that came in and say he should be the something. This man is a con artist, a delusional one at that. He himself planted his own self in the something and say, oh, why in the world someone will say, oh, you know what, he refused. Look, you're not talking to kids here. You refuse 30 million. You say, give it to Boyka. And then the people say, oh, you know what? In the whole country, you are the most permanent person and the person with the most chance of winning. So you know what? Ambassador Boyka, if you don't carry this guy, what does Costa have to contribute to Liberia? What does he bring to the table to the point that this man that has his middle, and my peer says something very that of all the things that she said, I know that's a brother trying to be generous and modest with him, but she said one thing that caught my attention. George Weah, with all his millionaire friends, could not bring that money to help him in a campaign. We have Mr. Alexander Cummings. He always running around here begging for money for campaign. People with money don't spend money that way. People that make millions do not spend money that way. We got the ANC, they running camp, they begging for money all over. There's some millionaire. We thought he got share in Coca-Cola and all the things. He's still looking for money. People don't spend money. You don't see people that have money spending that way, you know. So for people to say that someone offer, who the hell is Costa that someone will offer him 30 million? It's all a lie. And if you believe it, the only people that believe it, that people that do not want, that feel that Ambassador Boyka staying in the way of even coming third or fourth place. So they feel that this is something to fuel this thing, but there's nothing. The press conference was weak. It was very childish. I listened to some things that don't make no sense. He brought about a main health record that got nothing to do with anything. Then he kept stressing. And one of the things he did today, he didn't do it as Henry Costa. He did it as the ALP. That's another thing. There's a party that came. Look, Joseph Newman Boyka got over 400,000 votes during the last election. How much did the ALP got? 24,000. Check the numbers. Come on. You want to claim you are relevant? This is why when Uri went to the CPP, he did not even go there to be anything. He went there to be a bag boy to Mr. Boyka. And when you found out that was not working, he just thought that, oh yeah, we'll run on the other side. Let me tell you something. Liberia is not owned by one group of people that believe that if it's not them, it's not nobody else. Costa is a narcissist, and this is the early stage of his depression because he's going to go down into withdrawal, and this is going to get worse. But I don't see, in fact, after the day, said he's not even going to be worth talking about.
Thank you. Let me go to Wozie and I'll come back to you, Stanton. I just want all of the panelists to speak first. Go ahead, Wozie.
Well, thank you, Dr. Richardson. Let me just speak quickly to the point that Mami mentioned, where he questioned why JMB went all about, quote unquote, promising people VP position. Look, I'll give you my own experience in the CDC. In 2016, when I first met President Weah, we had a nice conversation in his office at the Capitol building when the former Inspector General of Commerce was then, I think, his office assistant, one of those positions she had. She ushered me in and we talked, frankly. I just returned to the country from the US. And then one thing he told me, he was optimistic about his presidency. He said, Wozie, you ain't got to go back because I know we'll win. So we all can work in the government. And you guys will have a lot of major roles to play. But when he won the elections, he dashed me right at Ministry of Information, and we're there like abandoned soldiers on the front line. Quote unquote, long story short, in 2020, I was relieved of my post. Now, I mean, that couldn't, people thought I was going to be all out there lambasting his presidency or the CDC. No. But you see, he's president. It is his right by virtue of the Constitution to appoint and dismiss. So in politics, things happen. But it shouldn't be a justifiable reason for you to become automatically an opposition and start saying everything that you and the person have in common, because life is deeper than what you think. So in the case of Mr. Costa, it's just a sour situation. Today he spilled a lot of mere verbiage, a lot of things that were unnecessary. I know he's hurt, but the thing that because he was not picked as vice presidential candidate means that he was denied something that, quote unquote, was his kind of inheritance. I think is unfair to his own political future. It's a misrepresentation of the young people, and I think he's already stabbed himself in his heart, politically speaking, and that is going to go a long way. The ratio of distrust has increased in the minds of a lot of people concerning his reliability, his sanity, and his trustworthiness, and that is key in politics. Those are some of the things that you need to go beyond. So not just when you and a president or a Senate bearer disagree, then you go out there insulting and saying everything. No, we may disagree to agree. Sometimes agree on some issues. So on the issue of Costa, I think is a sad thing, like my brother Fadiga mentioned. But on the other side, it is possible for a collective opposition to unseat our party. It is possible. It is not a secret that within the CDC we got a high ratio of this enchantment. It's not a secret. There are people within the CDC that are even praying to God for us to officially resign because they have their own ambition and they see us as contenders, which is clear. They've been going to the president and giving him a lot of information about other partisans instead of being worried about how to mobilize the base to be more united, to go to the ballot box in unity. And so all kind of things happening. So all we want is a level playing field so that our democratic progress will not retrogress. We now have a stalemate in a country where people have to talk about Mayu. Trust me, Dr. Richardson and all of my fellow panelists on this platform. There are people in Liberia who are praying for interim government. These are the same people behind the scene. I think that they are either in support of the president or they are in support of opposition figures.
Thank you, Minister.
So we have to manage this very smartly. Okay. This is not just about President Josh Weah trying to get him out of power anyhow. Or this is not just about trying to bring down a major opposition candidate.
Okay.
This is about being strategic. It's either we advance Liberia collectively or we are heading towards something that will end up into a political stalemate that will require international involvement in structuring
5 seconds.
and interim leadership. There are people behind the scene who wants, like the story of the King Solomon, who wants either the baby not go to anybody but cut the baby into two. That's why some people are doing all these things, manipulating things behind the scene. So we got to be mindful of this kind of Machiavellian side.
I'll let you move on. Thank you. Stanton, I want to come to you. I also want to welcome Mr. Fagon, who's here. We kind of at the end of discussing this subject. I'll give you some time later on because I know I'm watching the time. Well, there's a lot of us here. We've got to be mindful of the time. Let's tell your thoughts about this whole issue so we can talk about something else. I want after you, and then I'll see what I'm thinking about it.
Why you asking Stanton? Stanton say you don't want to talk.
You want to bring. You know why? I was trying for you to bring it in. No. I was trying to bring it in, but don't worry about him now. Let him get it.
The man say nothing about it.
But let me say this.
Okay, thank you for telling me.
Yeah.
So
Dr. Richardson.
Yes.
I'm disappointed. I am. On this whole issue, I'm disappointed.
Okay. What makes you disappointed?
I don't know what Johnny laughing for. Let's pause and wait.
That's
let Johnny tell us why he's laughing.
With the CEO, he's disappointed. He just
I asked him what makes him disappointed.
Now, why they asking? And you are asking you question. They were asking too.
Me, I'm a former CEO, man. Tina Stanton, what that's what we have for.
You know what? I'm disappointed to have folks like Johnny on the show and saying, I don't want to talk about it. To have Gibson saying, well, it's a fact. I got fact. To have my new best friend, Abula Mami, saying, well, we got to look into it because it's arrogant to say it's two people party in Liberia. I'm disappointed on the overhaul about my friend and brother Henry Costa. You know, I waited here on a very serious note to discuss this on Spoon Talk. I kept it away from Minister Eugene Nagbe Fagon program.
You better move that ugly name from behind me.
So my thing here is that it is important for us to understand. I'm disappointed seriously, Mempe. I know Costa, and you do. I mean, if I'm saying I know Costa, it's just not like I know him, but I know him. And Mempe, you know what I'm talking about. A lot of Liberians out there know what I'm talking about. I will go back to Minister, or how you call him, Nathaniel McGill, even if, hey man, must you come out and talk? Not everything, you know, we put out there though. When Costa said man can't talk all, people respected him for that. That at least you keep something in your belly. That's why whenever I come on the program, I laugh, I joke, because I take nothing. After the show, when I leave, I'm going to watch my Netflix. I'm going to watch SWAT. I'm going to watch the new movie they just added. I'm going to chill and spend time with family. I do not take anything personal. What people will cause my cause, they will insult, they will lie. Even if, because I had a conversation with JMB, even if it is true that they offer him $30 million, hey, there was always room. There's a room right there. The door is open to come back to JMB. Your uncle, your father, your friend. 101. He's the only political leader I know that when you call him on the first ring, he's not in the meeting, he answers you. If he makes that call, he will call you back immediately. It's not about me. Fadiga have tried
Can
it.
I ask you a question? Can I ask you a
Fagon
question?
have tried it. When I finish, sir, I don't want to lose my train of thought. I know we'll give you the chance to ask me. And folks have tried it. To urge his human to forgive is divine. But I'm disappointed because 4 days ago, was it 4 days? I think 4 or 3 days ago, you know, I had a conversation. I don't know what Costa did, what he did, but there is always room for Pedro to come back. I call Costa H. I know after this we are not discussing it any further, but I hope you understand. We are all young men and women. Liberia deserves better. What's the end game? Let me ask Liberian, why do you think Costa did what he did today? Who benefit? What's the end game? Tell me, when we open the phone line tonight, who benefited from Costa press statement today? I was driving coming home. Whether Costa lie or Costa tell the truth, who benefited? ALP benefited from the press conference today? ANC and CPP, you think they benefited from the press conference today? Unity Party or CDC? Who the beneficiary of Alpha Dika? Who walking home now happy?
Costa. Please.
Costa benefited for you today with the 50,000.
Beside Costa.
30
Which
seconds.
political party? Yeah, I agree that to Richard. I will
The
let only 30
ANC
seconds. I
too.
respect
The
it.
ANC too.
Let me finish with this.
Tell
Which political? I beg you guys, let me finish with this now because I don't even want to make mention of ANC yet because the situation in Liberia is only CDC and UP right now. But who the beneficiary when you talk about political party? To be frank, I'm a human, folks. I got feelings. Liberians that listen to us right now, over 7,000 from Super FM, Spoon FM, Fabric FM, Super TV, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and all the outlets, those in the radio land. I'm asking you the question. What Costa did today, I want you to tell us, tell your children, which political party benefited from Costa press statement today? And you will have the answer to your question as to why Costa did what he did. And I rest, Dr. Richardson. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Falcon, let me just say my thoughts about this issue and then I'll come back to you, okay? I want
Okay, Professor.
Thank you.
I will bring point series, okay? So
but I thought we were giving Jerry the 10 seconds to ask me a question.
Oh, Jerry, I'm sorry.
For me.
Jerry, did you have a question for Stanton that you want him to answer now?
Yeah, you said no. You said you forget it. Go ahead, Dr. Richardson.
No, I want to ask you one question.
You said Costa could have come back to the old man, that his father, his big, his old man. Are you aware that politics, his interest is not relationship?
Are you aware that my question to the end of what I just said is who benefited from Costa press statement?
I'm aware, but
you want to ask me that question, Minister Wozi?
But are they interested in what
If you're aware, can you answer?
Okay, no, I need to before
I beg you. I beg you.
Mr. Wozi question.
Can you allow me?
Johnny wanted to ask me a question. The last one, please.
Yes, Stanton.
So you didn't answer my question anyway. That's okay.
So Stanton,
that's
how do you
to answer your question?
So Stanton, how do you see Costa in this Liberian politics in this current election we're having? Is it that important? Can he put the trigger for anyone? Can he be an asset to any of the political institutions we have right now? In your personal view, what do you see Costa to be?
Damn, to tell you the truth, Johnny, this is one of the best questions you ever asked on this program since you started coming. To tell you the truth, a beautiful question.
My God.
But when my time comes, I will answer your question.
Okay,
let's move on.
Good. Yeah, so I want to just
a question for Stanton, please.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Wozi.
Yes, Stanton, let me ask you quickly. What kind of Liberia do you envisage should President Weah get re-elected? And secondly, the second part, what kind of election do you foresee if Joseph Yimabwaka becomes president?
What kind of election if Joseph Boakai becomes president?
Liberia.
I think what kind of Liberia?
I think you. Let me go ahead with your last question. Joseph Yimabwaka comes October 10, October 11, October 13, after all the votes are counted, and he is announced president of the Republic of Liberia. I see a change. I see a new dimension for Liberia. Joseph Yimabwaka, this is what happening. And everybody can say what they want to say. I see a better Liberia under Joseph Yimabwaka leadership than under George Manneh Weah leadership. I see a president that will not leave the country for 48 days. I see a president that will investigate extrajudicial killing, and there will be a solution. I see a president, Joseph Yimabwaka, that will fight corruption even with his own. If I mean his own, those that are around him, he will set an example of them. I see a Joseph Yimabwaka, even if you put him in a wheelchair on his dying bed, you will have a better agriculture system, a better international relationship, because he got nothing to prove but to set Liberia straight. That's the issue. Joseph Yimabwaka will not go for the second term. Joseph Yimabwaka want to prove only one thing, that Liberia children receive a better education. He want to prove only one thing, that Liberia family get paid. and he will hold folks accountable. I will say this. Can I say the same thing for Tewon Gonglo? Can I say the same thing for Mr. Cummings? Everybody, I can say that for Tewon Gonglo, seriously speaking, no joke, that Tewon Gonglo will prove that he's the right man and he can fight corruption. I believe in him and I believe in his wrong. I can say that for Mr. Cummings, though it's not his time, though it's not his season, though it's not about Mr. Cummings today. But I always said on the show, and you people get angry with me, that Mr. Cummings will make a better president than George Manawia. And that's my own thing I'm saying. But above all, right now, the Liberian people desire Jose Yima Boaka. So this is about Jose Yima Boaka and George Manawia. So I hope I answer your question.
So what kind of Liberia you foresee in the second term should President Weah get elected?
Should President Weah get re-elected? I see the worst Liberia ever in the history of Liberia since 1847.
Why?
And it's not even worse now.
Oh,
because President Weah will care less. President Weah will care less. You know why? This is why he would say, I'm not running again to become president. President Weah would do what President Weah wants to do. He would ignore the press. He would ignore allegation. He cares less about what America would say. He cares less about what you, Wozy, going to beat him on. And he'll go on his jaw ride for 6 more years. Samuel 12 will be emboldened. You steal 50 million today, and they give you another 6 years, you will see another 100 or 150 million. They will be empowered to do the worst they have never done in their life, as if to say, what is happening now is not the worst. I would beg Liberians. That's why I always said, I woke up one morning, Minister Wozy, and I said, George Manawia or Jose Yima Boaka. All the other people, they are negotiators. They will negotiate right now. But it's between George Manawia. And I will tell you, comes October 10, either George Manawia or Jose Yima Boaka. And I hope I answer your question.
Well, thank you. You have your opinion, but
thank you.
You were the same person who celebrated the government down in Liberia.
Yeah, but
beautiful. Beautiful, you brought it up.
Actually,
I can say this. But let's go back on the conversation. Leave the Royal Hotel on. Leave the Royal Hotel on. Let's go back on the conversation, please.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
It's easy, boys crafty when you get into the school.
I'm telling you, because what's it good for those kind of
things? But what Fagon acting like he's so quiet today? Can you go to Baby Fagon?
No, let me stay there. I can talk, your CDC thing. Let me just actually have a voice.
Who can tell CDC thing? Who is a seditious here?
Before you talk, I have a question. Is it true? Are you guys aware that Henry Costa has been expelled from the COP?
Well,
you have documented that.
You can address that.
Why is it? It should take
actually, Mr. Fagon.
Go back to the topic. I just question.
Yes, thank you. I just want to make a few
this
things.
is not reliable 360. Fagon, be careful. We'll kick you out.
Guys, we don't have time. Let's have some order in the show. A few things clear. Number one, Mr. Cummings has no interest in offering Costa $30 million to interfere with the election.
Hey, man, don't show our show, man.
You gotta give her a chance now. You gotta protect.
I mean, Mama Lee, I was sure Mama Lee or Lumba. You are protecting Dr. Richardson because you know that your own sister, collaborating sister.
I reminded to
so if we had $30 million, you won't be coming to the United States, like one of you guys said earlier.
I think it's Mr. Coming $100 million.
I just want to make that very clear. The second thing is, yesterday, I think Saturday, we had a great show. We're talking about how the Liberian people are in the process of employing a president and some members of the legislature. And we were talking about how there are many applicants in applying.
You're the moderator, you're not supposed to talk. You just so ask a question, let's move on.
No, but I have
Talash, you can talk to you.
Thank you, Fago. So my view is that about Henry Costa, if it is true, I don't know if it's true. There's certain things that we can, have doubt about, especially the 30 million thing. I have a lot of doubts about. But there are other things that worries me. Okay, that worries me, especially in terms of leadership, especially in terms of fighting corruption, which we kind of speculated that is a primary requirement for the job of presidency for Liberia. The issue of Costa said that Jeremiah Cohn and is a puppet.
Nah, Richardson, you got nothing to say. Just move on. They were not happy. They were not happy. You lead the Costa story.
Can I finish, please?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll never tell you I don't have nothing to say.
We can explain. Yeah, finish so we answer.
Thank you. So, you know, when Costa said, and again, if it is true, I don't know if it's true, okay, that Jeremiah Cohn is corrupt, and it is likely that he's a puppet of Prince Johnson. To me, for fighting corruption in our country and having a Senate bearer like Joseph Boakai who believes that Jeremiah Cohn is corrupt and that he's a puppet of Prince Johnson is very alarming to me. Okay. The second thing that I'm alarmed about is the mention of Boakai's medical conditions. And I'm alarmed about that because if it is true, it sort of presents that he is worried about being president as opposed to what is in the best interest of our country. If you know you're not well, and again, I don't know how true this is, why would you put yourself in this position?
Why will you ask a question?
Hey, you know what I do.
No, I will protect Dr. Richardson. No, today I'm protecting Dr. Richardson.
You're interrupting me.
I will protect. Okay? Yeah, you don't interrupt the woman.
No, not tell me how to talk on this show because you're talking.
Yeah, that she said, "Una ANC president, Remy Gray come back and bring our people a laptop." Dr. Richardson, please speak.
If you put your health on the back burner only to be president of Liberia, it is very concerning to me. It's a leadership kind of decision making process that is questionable. The issue that sort of came up to me too from Costa's press conference was that I got a sense of betrayal, paranoia, trust issues, indecisiveness, poor decision making. Those are all things, in my opinion, that doesn't speak well for a leader. Okay, and the job that we want to hire a leader for, someone like Mr. Cummings, we want this leader to be extremely decisive. In fact,
hey, Dr. Richards, don't waste our time with Cummings business, man.
When you're talking, I would say you waste my time. Okay. Okay. So,
yeah, man. Now, Cummings business, we gotta waste that on. Yeah, let's move on, man.
No,
Cummings, can I win in the election?
Yes. When you're talking, I would say you waste my time. So, we want a leader who's first of all able to, stand up to the test of time in terms of leading our country. We also want a leader who doesn't present as if they're paranoid or if they don't know they have poor decision-making skills, because the job of the presidency requires a lot. You said something about we need a president who can, of course, like you said, Stanton, investigate extrajudicial killing. We need a president who can present a better agriculture. And if you
Dr. Richardson, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
She will finish speaking before you ask. I beg you.
The woman got
10 more seconds.
When I'm talking, you can't do journalism.
Yeah, the woman got 10 more seconds.
Let me give my last point. And so there was something about, which I heard before, about dividing position. That is also very worrisome to me, if it is true. Okay?
No, excuse me, to that point.
No. Member, I'm sorry. We got to meet you, Member. Dr. Richardson got to finish. We got to have some order here, Member. We're not listening to you. Let Dr. Richardson finish. Dr. Richardson, go ahead, man. No. Let Dr. Richardson finish, Member, please. The woman almost finishing. Don't interrupt her.
Sorry,
Dad. Was mentioned today.
Yeah, but.
Can I finish?
Go ahead, Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson, go ahead. Dr. Richardson, finish, please.
That positions have I can't even speak, but everybody just there's some fear you guys have going on of Mr. Cummings. I don't understand that, the CPP position. Like, oh, you guys get jittery about it. So let's go. So this whole issue about divine positions, I think again, it's more about individuals in this race as opposed to the institution. And Mr. Cummings, okay, is trying to build an institution that will be long-lasting and substantial for the Liberian people. And that institution will address the things that you said, Stanton, that Mr. Poka can address, like agriculture, better education. So, Mr. Jeru, are you here? Okay, he's not. Yeah, please ask me a question.
No, we're moving on. No question.
My question is very simple.
No, Jerry, if we come to you ask question. No, Jerry, we come to you ask question. Let's move on.
You let about 3 people ask you questions here before.
I want to ask that
people ask me questions.
They can ask you 3 questions, but they can't ask me 3 questions now.
Yeah, I can ask.
Okay, go ahead.
I want to add a question.
Dr. Richardson.
But you guys are not being fair. Can Fagon speak when it comes to you? Then you ask question.
I got one question. Why are you so worried?
Everybody want to ask one question. I beg you, Fagon looking sorrowful. I beg you. When we come to you, ask your question. Fagon, can you speak, please? Get in with Teron Gonglo right now. He's in Teron Gonglo house. Maybe that Councilor Gonglo giving him the question. I beg you, Honorable Fagon, please go ahead.
I'm in my living room, my man. I will conclude right now.
But Fagon, stop laughing, man. You want to try to go back to Dr. Richardson?
Before I proceed, Dr. Francine, everything that Costa said today, as a professional psychiatrist, do you believe everything that Mr. Costa said today?
I think you heard me say, if it is true. I used those words many times.
And then you said, if it is true, it's troubling.
Yes.
Okay.
If it is true.
Well, let me speak directly into the camera and to those people that believe this mentally unstable individual. And the reason why I say so, whether it be from Abdullah Mambe, specifically, I'd like to signal you out, my esteemed colleague, that the other day you sat on this platform and Dr. Ford asked you if you knew James Salif and who he was. You stuttered, knowing fully well who James Salif was, the late son of Ellen Johnson Salif, who was the VP of the bank, the brother of your best friend, Robert Salif. You pretended like you don't know. In fact, your answer was specific. You said he's supposed to be something like a vice president. These kind of things do not help our discourse. And today, Costa proved many persons wrong. Those who said JMB promised him to make him VP. And those who said Costa asked JMB to make him VP. He proved beyond all reasonable doubt that both groups lied. That it was the group who offered the 30 million. When he rejected it and said they should give it to the old man, it was them who made a condition that if we will give it to the old man, then the old man must carry you as vice president. Correct? Why were you people lying on the old man knee? That was the condition the people set for their money. And it was when the old man went to Ghana that when his name was brought up by the group as a condition.
Oh, he went to Ghana?
According to Mr. Costa,
the US.
According to Mr. Costa, that when the old man went to the financial backers and they raised his name, then the old man decided to badmouth him. The two people not listen. That again put to rest. When the old man came back, he made a call and put Tilia, Ure, and all these people on the call. And he expressed himself to the old man. But again, let us come to one interesting point here. Who was Costa to be offered 30 million? And what was the interest of the so-called financial backers? Costa called everybody named today except the name of the financial backers. Were they Russians? Were they Boko Haram? Were they Al Qaeda? Why he made everybody knew, except for the financial backers. Who were they? Costa sought to tell you a story by telling us it was JMB who instructed UA to sue ANC. But these hypocritical ANC people are wanting to back him today, forgetting to know the abusive languages he used on their leader. The way he berated, denigrated, and trampled upon their leader in that very case. But today, he told us it was Baka who instructed UA to do the suing and told UA, don't put me there. And UA decided to shield Baka and go alone. It tells you, according to Costa, that UA ain't got sense. It was Costa now who came to explain UA's story today. Again, let us be clear about these financial backers and who they were. According to Costa, they promised, Joseph Baka promised them everything in Liberia, including the Wologisi Mountain. Man, you're talking for a whole 2 hours. Man, you're talking for 2 hours, yo. When they call Kumis, you give me 30 seconds.
I hear you additional minute, Fagon. Fagon, take additional minute.
I would tell you
ANC into this matter that it has nothing to do with.
According to Costa, promised these people the whole idea, including the Wologisi Mountain, for the $30 million. JMB, who was then secondary, not primary, secondary. What did Costa promise them? He who was the primary benefactor or beneficiary. What did he promise? What we listen to today was a bunch of literary lies, a literature that will not even be taught in the bosom of the dwarf kingdom. And the only people that can back such stupidity are those that are intellectually bankrupt. Because clearly you could see the truth and you could muster the courage to shred the lies. You claim it was not you that brought this man medical record outside. But today, you explain everything about a medical record purportedly by you that you said was for him. You claim again that the old man did not owe you, you did not want to be president, and you did not intend to be VP. It was your financial backers who recommended it. So what all the noise was about? Last but not the least,
your time is up, Mr. Fagon.
Today is
Mr.
a vicious killer.
Mr.
But who
Fagon,
did bending our UA? Who purchased the arms?
Mr. Fagon,
who invented bout? Were brought under the law.
Thank you, Fagon. Dr. Richardson said your term is up, Fagon. Thank you.
Go ahead. Take 10 seconds. Let me finish my 10 seconds.
Okay.
No, we're not going to do that. We are not going to do that.
10 seconds.
No, we're not going to do that.
It's all to say 10 seconds.
Somebody
say 10 seconds.
Let somebody take credit.
You always say 10 seconds.
Can I credit Fagon?
10 seconds. I'm finishing.
No, I'm not going to
let you credit, let you credit, please.
Dr. Richardson gave me 10 seconds.
Today.
Dr. Richardson just gave me 10 seconds.
Wait, I beg you, Fagon, hold on 1 minute. After, hold on, Mepe, hold on. Dr. Richardson, Dr. Richardson, after Fagon, who you going to? Are you coming to me?
No, I'm going after Fagon at Jeru. Gibson Jeru turn.
Let me finish my 10 seconds, please.
Mr. Fagon,
10 seconds now.
Fagon, forget it. Fagon, forget it. Let she handle her show.
Also, I'm not getting the 10 seconds to get close.
My man, I beg you. Let she handle her show. No problem.
Thank you very much, Fagon.
You call it Angel. You call Angel Gabriel Cummings' name, so she cut you off.
I see everybody saying it. Fagon came late. They don't talk.
Fagon, no,
Cummings will win.
Fagon, I will credit you. Yeah, I will credit you.
Go ahead,
Don't worry.
Mr.
Oh, my
Casey,
time.
please.
I will give all my time to Fagon today. Me.
All right. So
Yeah,
this is
I
what
got
this
going
is.
to come away.
I want to say three things that are very important to the discourse. First, Stanton, our vice president name, please call it right. I think it's respectful to do that. We don't want to start calling JMB all kinds of names.
No man,
So
I am first. You don't call him man. Okay, I'm a vice president. I'm a president. Call him all kind of name. I care less.
you just said that the man will be the president. So you are.
I say you will make a
supporting
best
him.
president. So
The next thing I want to say.
But what's your
is
vice president name? Say you want to correct me. What's the
Yeah.
full name of your vice president candidate?
Yeah,
Time for you.
Ghana to the man.
So the second thing I want to say.
What's the man full name? I want to hear your full
The
name.
man's name is
King
Emmanuel King Ure Yagbawolo.
Okay. So the man full name, I beg you, I got to learn this thing. His full name is Emmanuel King Benda Ure Yagbawolo Kopuge.
Okay.
You laugh,
you can go the way you want to do. Let me tell you something.
Go ahead.
No, that Richardson, the question I wanted to ask you, I will make it a comment. This thing we are discussing, the character we are discussing is more of JMB than Costa. I sit here now as a politician, and I can tell you squarely that this is not about Costa. It's about the leadership, the dysfunctional leadership of JMB. Tell me, for God's sake, a man who goes to Ghana to meet people for $30 million.
Doesn't go to look for campaign.
No. Remember, don't interrupt your uncle. No, Cole, don't do that. I beg you, mama. Let your uncle speak.
You know, JMB leadership is being questioned now, and some of you will not accept it until we put him in the chair and we begin to see.
For money for Gonglo campaign.
I will interrupt you the same way when you are doing this.
We will not interrupt him.
If you interrupt me, I will interrupt you.
But my man, Gonglo needs
you are protected.
No.
You are protected, Gibson. Gibson, you are protected. I beg you, go ahead, Gibson.
JMB is not a leader. We can see that. Even today, the incident that took place today, the public relation people for Unity Party must address this issue appropriately, not by saying, I forgave you.
But man, I don't want to do this. I beg you, let's give him a chance.
Can you give me extra 1 minute, please?
No, guys, I will give you extra 30 seconds. It's not right on him. You need to speak. It's not right. I beg you. Gibson, I beg you, you got another 1 minute, 30 seconds to speak.
Francis begging for time for Casey.
Eugene, I don't want to attack personality on the show.
I beg you, just go ahead and speak.
I don't know to what extent you people understand. I don't want to.
My man, Francis begging for you twice.
Listen,
Gibson, go ahead and speak.
I will say three things. This thing that Costa said today speaks to the leadership of JMB more than Costa's character. Costa is now running for president. I see somebody eviscerating Costa here. I think the person we need to question their character, their judgment, and their ability to lead is JMB. Because everything that Costa said speaks to JMB weaknesses in making decisions that are sound. You go to Ghana to meet with $30 million people. When it fails, you get angry and throw Costa off on the bus. Is that the kind of leadership you're talking about here? Let me go one more step. Costa said something today that some of you are looking at very likely. This man brought JMB precarious health situation into the picture. Talking about 3 bypass heart surgery. Which speaks to the inability of the person we are talking about to be a leader in the democratic world. People question leaders' health situation. It doesn't matter to you. Just because you want some popular man to be president. And these are the same, you people are the same people that made George we are president. Today we are all crying. JMB is the worst of all presidents. He will be 5 times corrupt than anybody that become president in Liberia. Gonglo is the best deal for everybody because Gonglo has shown how he hates corruption. He's shown how he loves.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you very much. Let's move to Manpat. Manpat, before you speak, Manpat, before you speak, Debbie,
David,
hold on. Let me set his time. Debbie, let me set your time. We got to respect the time because our audience are saying it will serve them right when we do not interrupt. So we will give you 2 minutes, my brother. Go ahead. Your time start now.
So thank you, Madam Richardson. And, like I said initially on this conversation, I thought that we would just giving maybe like 20 minutes to discuss this Costa interview, and then we move to the most substantial issue that the people want to hear as we move towards election. But here we are taking almost 2 hours discussing interview held by Costa. Costa interview is Unity Party problem. It is not my problem. It's not Lanu problem, because Costa has been with Unity Party for the last maybe 2 or 3 years. They know what they have been into. They know why Costa has reached to this level. They know what to do when it comes to Costa's statement. They should be preparing to respond to his press statement, whether it goes against them or in favor of them. I'm concerned about letting people know in this country that Liberia is at the crossroad. Liberia is prepared. I mean, Liberia must be prepared now to look in this generation of Liberian leaders to take one of their own. Every generation has its own leader. I must repeat, every generation has its own leader. It's been proven by history, religiously, politically, it's been proven. If you look at the Sierra nation during the days of European history, that generation had its own leader. Leadership comes between the ages of 35 to 50 or more. I mean, those that are above 50 can be given myself for a few years. The energy you need to lead a society like Liberia, you cannot have somebody that is actually not part of this generation. That generation needs its own leader. I'm telling everyone here, and I've checked challenge out everybody because God believes in leadership. If God ever anointed anyone at the age of 75 to be president or to be king of Israel, then Liberia must think twice. So I'm seeing here that Liberia needs a leader from this generation. Thank you, Stanton. I wait my 10 seconds to you.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you for giving me a 10 second. Dr. Richardson, who's next?
Mommy next, right? Yes.
No, we'll skip Mommy for a minute because Gibson just spoke. Let's go to Mempe, then we'll come to Mommy. Let's do it like that. So Mempe Gono, can you come in, please? Mempe, go ahead, Mama. Your 2 minutes start, but now.
Yes, so I would like to say, the thing we are condemning, I want to be careful with it. That you closely associated with somebody and maybe something doesn't go right and you want to tear them down. Like I say, it's unfortunate that proximity to Henry prevents me to really go in depth with these discussions. But there are key things here I want us to look at. Holding all things constant, mathematicians will say, if all his story is true, then there's a part here. If you tell me that this man is surrounded by corrupt people and people who did this, and you're fearing that when he comes to leadership, it will have an impact. But you tell us that you supported him for 3 years, you did everything for him, yet he did not see that as an incentive to carry you, then it tells us that he's somebody that will not be swayed away by people who are voting for him today or are supporting him in this election simply because they supported him. It shows that he's a stern leader and that his decisions are not based on sentiments or mere support. And that's a key part to look at. If you supported him all this time and the level of proximity the public saw, and he was able to deny you the vast bearership, it shows that Prince Johnson is no threat. Alex Tyler is no threat. Those people you say are threat will be no threat. I want to leave it at that. And Dr. Richardson, I also want to say in the question I wanted to ask you, Stanton Network gave me a chance, but to come to that. When Henry said that a divided position, he's not talking about appointed position, minister, this, that. In these elections, he put candidates on a ballot. He's saying that in the collaboration, LP was given chance to feed people in areas that UP would not feed candidates, and the ALP was not given an opportunity. And that is simply because they did not come to the round table. So today, I would like to end this thing on this note that we go back to focus on what our leader has said, our traditional leader. I informed Henry as a sister. We are traditional people. Me, I believe B-Man can say sorry in the public, even if you didn't feel good because he didn't take you in normal. Let us come together and work for Liberia. Our leader has said he's
Thank you,
open
my man.
to working with people. Let us come together. Let us work for our country. I want us to, in this time, also talk about the gains we are making. I want
Thank you,
to
my man.
thank the Lofton
Your
Central
time is up.
for showing up for the UP this weekend. You know, it
Memphis,
was
thank you.
all
Thank
right.
you very much. Dr. Richardson, who's next?
I'm trying to see Fadiga. I think is that Fadiga? No. We'll go to Mame and then
Mame was next.
Mame.
Mame,
Yeah,
go
Mame,
ahead.
sorry.
Yeah, and it's
Mame, just real quick. Let me set your 2 minutes. Go ahead. Bam. There we go. Your 2 minute stats.
Fagon, you want to be careful with how you make claims because your character is on the line. James Salif did not serve as vice president for the bank. I said his position could be equated to vice president. The bank did not have any vice president. James Salif was general manager, and I said his position could be equated to vice president. So when you're making claims about your friend, you're not doing me a favor, to be honest. You're protecting and preserving your own reputation, to be honest. I just wanted to put you on record on that. On the 30 million issue, my first comment was about Unity Party taking responsibility and responding to some of the specific issues. On the 30 million issue, all the doubts do not connect that somebody will just come to Liberia, identify a politician, and say, I will give you 30 million to campaign. For me, I was not there. I do not believe the scenario. I do not trust the story. It is either that Mr. Costa was misled into believing that somebody has 30 million to give him, that he transferred to Joseph Boakai. So I do not believe that 30 million story. But equally so, I feel that Unity Party, as a responsible political party, must respond not to all the other things around, but specific issues Costa raised. One, that Joseph Boakai promised him directly that I will make you my VP. That is a direct allegation between a trusted ally to Joseph Boakai. Those are issues they need to address. But to just sweep it under the carpet, for me, the interpretation is there's some level of truth in what he's saying, or probably he has additional evidence that United Party do not want to push him to release. And for me, my cautious advice to Costa would be, start releasing these direct conversation and interaction and receipt with people you interact with at that level. But the United Party must be responsible to speak to some of those issues.
Thank you, my man.
It's not sufficient.
Thank you, my man. Thank you. Dr. Richardson, who's next?
Fadiga.
I think it was Fadiga before Wozi.
Yes.
Fadiga, go ahead, brother. 2 minutes starts now.
The thing is, mommy and all of you folks that are wondering that asking the UP to speak, honestly, mind your business. None of your business. UP can speak on something and something as childish as that. They don't have to speak. Where's Costa that somebody have to respond to? For someone to jump out, just walk out on the street and see someone getting $30 million. I mean, we are all adults here. How many times in your lifetime, how many times people just walk up to you and say, this is a Sparta story? Why should we even give it credit? We are talking this today because Ambassador Boakai name was mentioned, and we'll mention this once, and we'll move on. So mind your business. That's all I can say. Mind your business. The Unity Party will respond when they are ready, and if they don't want to give credence to it, it is part of their right to do so. But the thing is, when I listen to this thing, look, Henry Costa have proven to be a very childish, unstable individual. And I say it with strong emphasis on the word childish. This young man, I think his thirst for wealth, his thirst to just be in the limelight, his narcissistic attitude have consumed him to the point that he cannot control himself. It just depends on which Costa you will wake up with to the next morning. Costa supported Georgia. I remember when the Ebelmouth and Elton Loon were going on. when George Weah were worrying around when Wozie and the folks were trying to embrace that money. I remember what he said on the radio. Even if we have to get deal for the devil, we get deal for the devil. We got to build roads. Costa doesn't stand for nothing. The only thing Costa cares about is money. So this is what it is. So for you to claim that Ambassador Boyka or people to respond to this or something, the whole story is a spider story made up. You understand? So honestly, it pains me that we even have to have this conversation. But hey, this is what we have, and we have to deal with it.
Guys, thank you for respecting the time, and I think we are doing extremely well. Is that Woozy coming in now?
Yeah.
Dr. Richardson, is that Woozy?
Yeah,
Woozy, go ahead, my friend.
Yeah, quickly. It is a laughable thing to hear, for me to hear supporters of presidential candidates who are also suffering from terminal diseases or some medical issues to be here flagging. We know that some of the presidential candidates have anus cancer due to their long lifestyle, gay lifestyle. And there's another one who private part is not functioning, is dead, and he's traumatized and he's running for the presidency. And these are younger people than.
I don't think that's appropriate to say on this show.
Well, we are talking about medical issue here. We are talking about medical issue here. So just give me a chance. That Richardson, you don't
have any facts, Wozy, to say that somebody.
Do you have facts that Joseph Blacker guy?
The only thing, and let me say, Minister Wozy. Minister Wozy. Minister Dr. Richardson.
I didn't call name here.
Thank you, Wozy. Don't call nobody name.
I didn't call name here. I said.
They call this the scene where they talk about.
Don't call nobody name.
Is that the ugliest name in the house?
Minister Wozy. Minister Wozy.
Yeah.
Please. For safety and the repetition of our network. Don't call any names.
I'm not.
Please.
I don't know why the Richardson just trying to make issue. I didn't call names. I said somebody supporters. It's like it's the Bob Marley music that says he who they have to let him wear. I didn't call any name. I don't know why you feel offended about
that. You got one more minute.
Okay, so
you got one more uninterrupted minute, please.
Yeah, you know what? No, you know what? Let me just leave it because I want 10 table here on the show today. So, but the thing is, it's interesting. It's good when you come to this kind of discourses, we discuss a real issue instead of trivial issue that will not land us anywhere. On a serious note, I think Liberian politicians should focus on the creme de la creme of the political conversation, on who comes to the table with the best ideas and how we can all synchronize interests to engender a national issue. What do you bring to the table? Are you going to fight corruption? Yes. What will you do better than the current president? Mind you, it will be a remiss for you to sit down and say the current president is not going anywhere. Then you sit down and start fighting in-house until you win him. This is a man who still goes around and enjoys the confidence of the people. He runs a government. You think he's sitting there, we just forgot about himself, he just let the power. So it requires organization. Now, we shouldn't make this personal.
Thank you, Wozy.
Even if you're going to scatter, you will still win. It's not going to work that way. So at the end of the day, people will start crying and saying, oh, the people rigged the elections. So
thank you, Wozy.
Issue here is
Dr. Richardson, who's next? Thank you, my brother Wozy. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Minister Fagon, please.
Well, let me say this quickly. One of the lies Costa told was that a prophet told him that he was going to be president, so he called a prophet back. The video we saw going was a woman prophesying that he would be leader. We didn't see a man. So that other line, and the people who put that video up, they got to go take that nonsense down. Secondly, Gibson talked about what Costa said should speak to JMB character. Gibson, JMB character is older than Costa. Okay, Costa is 41 years old, and this old man has been in government over 42 years. So his character is older than the man you're talking about. You heard that nonsense from. Now, you talk about this man went to receive 30 million. Article 82 is very clear. You do not take money from companies, businesses, foreign stuff. So if the old man rejected it, the old man was upholding the law, contrary to your candidate who shielded his sister after she gave the people $1 billion in Nimba County from the development fund. You talk about JMB having 3 heart surgeries. My friends, if you don't know about surgeries, don't talk about it. It's not 3 heart surgeries. It's triple bypass surgery. It has to do with your coronary artery. Whenever there is blockages there, then they go in and get another artery to kind of supply blood. These things you people don't know about it. You running behind crazy man. If you come from the crazy man come from the barrel running naked, and you run behind him, you and him who crazy. Last but not the least, let me say this. Mr. Costa made an announcement that you should be concerned about. That as of now, they are no longer allies of the Unity Party. Well, it would have been nice to have them. But any party that is below 2%, as evident by what they got in the 2017 election, cannot field a candidate. So with 24,000 votes, Nimba County alone will erase that. And if you cannot win Lofa, which of course JMB have not been there, he has been to Magibi, you saw it, it's gone. He has been to Bong, you saw it, it's gone. He has gone to Nimba. The people of Nimba vowed to give George Weah first round. So again, Nimba, Magibi, Bong, I Lofa to it. These elections are over. Get over here and go to bed. Wake up tomorrow morning and begin your journalism job to write about the next president of the Republic of Liberia, His Excellency President Dr. Ashukwuemi Joseph Numa Boaka, a son of Wasonga, a son of Lofa County, the one who the traditional leaders have already given the cola nut to take over the affairs of the country. And all you program remote control artists of Madam Salif, put yourselves together. Come under one umbrella. There will not be a fourth term for Madam Salif. I repeat, there will not
Your time
be
is up, brother.
a fourth term for Madam Salif.
Thank you very much. Dr. Richardson, is that me or Mepe?
You.
Me? All right. Because I'm helping to moderate and respecting our time, I'm going to yield my time openly to anyone that wants to speak. Mepe, you go first. I have 2 minutes, but I will give you the first 30 seconds.
So I'll be speaking for 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Is that what you mean?
Correct, yes.
All right.
Is that after me? It's Mepe, right, Dr. Richardson?
Yeah.
No, after you is Jerry Gibson.
No, Jerome spoke.
No,
She have
you
not spoken.
But you spoke to Mepe, didn't you?
No, that I was saying before Jerome.
No, we this is a round.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're going again around.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Mepe, you spoke for your second round, but go ahead.
All right. And Dr. Richardson, is this our, I don't know the time. Is this our closing statement or what?
Oh, but then let me speak
No,
because if we have to do our closing, let me take back
No,
my
I
30
just
seconds,
asked you
Mepe.
that.
No, you're trying to be an investigative journalist. Let me take back my 2
Tell
minutes.
your
Leave
team,
me alone.
Mepe, you won't be asking.
All right,
Tell your
let me
team.
tell you.
Yeah.
Let me speak. Let me go ahead.
You're too much professional. Professional enough for us.
I just want you to know that I want you guys to know that we've spent a lot of time on this topic. And if the story presented to the public today was true by any account, it shows that our leader is not carried away by what people do for him. It shows that he's not carried away by sentiments, that when he has to make a logical decision, he makes it. Like I say, I don't want to go in depth because when we start discussing in depth, it will be bad because we're saying the same thing here. You don't associate with people and start to trash talk them because of interest. So we will move past that. I want to bring light on our sources, as Honorable Fagon said. What you saw in bombing in Mankibi, Bon, and Nima, not a mistake at all. You know, Joe Boyka, even prior to picking Honorable Kuhn, I always had success in Nimba. You know, he's probably one of the only presidential candidates who can go to Nimba and not just stop on the football field where all the candidates go. He is actually welcome in our traditional butches as he joined the society there with our people. People don't like to hear about identity politics, but it is true that our people recognize him as an elder from that northern central region. And you saw them turn out today because people don't know. There are some reasons why bigger hands, like some of the things Minister Wosi was trying to throw light on. They want instability in our country. Some of them, they are willing to disrupt the process because they see that in these elections, those in the end come from indigenous background. 2017, you saw it. It will be repeated again. The two finalists. And they feel that among these two indigenous, Joseph Boyka might is speculated to have a deeper indigenous agenda to uplift the children of the masses in a way that people will know that we too can govern. So they are even waiting to disrupt the process, as the minister was, throwing light on. There are many things going behind the scenes. We need to be calm. We need to be collective when we're supporting these processes. We need to know what is at stake. I'm not even focused too much on the Gonglo folks, because those are people of our background. You say Gonglo tell you to support someone in the second round, you will not do it. Jero, you will go. Gonglo will support Obweka in the second round. Because I know him. He's a man of integrity. He is a man from my background, and I know his thinking. I know certain things he wouldn't do. There were some people who are saying Gonglo with carry Costa, they running mail, they come here, come. There are certain things you say about Gonglo, I'll tell you he will not do it. You must not know him. So in the second round, Gonglo is going to support us. Unlike Johnny, then they might tell them to either sit down or support the Cuban, so that when they move from there, they will have a chance, because they come from the UP that the Liberian people fear.
Thank you, Vampire. Your time is up.
For political character laundering. After destroying the UP, they are in the ANC. Some of them, they say, you go and form their little party and put your name out there.
Thank you, Vampire. Your time is up.
Other places, but the Gonglo people will be our people in the second round. Jero will come on the platform and propagate for us. I'm telling you.
Yeah, nobody worry about Jero Gibson. So Dr. Richardson, we need to go to the phone line. Can we give everybody but a minute, real quick? Then we go to the phone line. It's 10:44, which of course is 6:44 here. Can we do that, Dr. Richardson? You want to speak, and we'll move on. You start with the 1 minute, man.
I want to speak about leadership, as Jerome Gibson was speaking about earlier. What we saw Costa say today, if it is true, it speaks directly to how JNB is not in the position to lead Liberia right now. One, we see that he's very indecisive. This is a pattern we saw with the CPP organization. Second, we see that he has there's some element of paranoia, okay? And I'm afraid as a leader, you need to be able to connect with many people. You need to be able to engage many people. And how are you going to be able to connect when you feel that everybody dislike you, when you can sit down and write 18 grudges about Ellen Johnson Sirleaf? He presents himself, as somebody who's broke. And I said on this show that he's using Jeremiah Kuhn to be his ATM, because all of the evidence turned to him not having a lot of money, or in fact, the 30 million story that he want to go see somebody speaks to that. Now, it is so, it's obvious that when I speak about Mr. Alexander Cummings, who has the leadership skills that need to take Liberia to the next level, okay, to put Liberia on the right trajectory for change, people get jittery. They even interrupt me. They stop me from talking. That's because of fear. Okay, right now, Liberia don't need individuals that we can idolize, or we can say this is the time. What Liberia needs is an institution, somebody who has modern way of thinking, somebody who has not been stuck, yes, in a government for 40, 50 years, okay? And just being from one position to the other position to the other position. And when you ask, what have they done for Liberia? No one can tell me. If I ask Nipe, who is in Liberia right now, or Mame, who is in Liberia right now, what has he done for Liberia? I'm sure you guys will not be able to tell me something that was significant, that has significantly impact Liberians in all of the positions that he's been through. So this is why it's important, as we look to find, to employ a president for our country, we should be looking for somebody who can fight corruption, not somebody who's associated in many times over, okay? Like with Cohn, like with Alex Tyler, to corruption. When we're looking for somebody who can lead Liberia, we're looking for someone who can solve problems, because Liberia has a lot of them. We're not looking for somebody who will go behind the back and be saying, oh, my son, I forgive you, and blah, 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 blah. And this is not about any form of tribalism or conspiracy. I know there's an element of us culturally that like to engage in this kind of tribalism, explanation or conspiracy explanation. This is not about that. It is about our country. It is about putting our country on the right track. And if you are listening to my voice, Liberians, this is exactly where we need to be. We need to put our country on the right track. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Let me do my 1 minute too while we do this round table, and then we'll go to the phone line. Folks, you will have time to call on the show, and I beg you guys, please answer my question. We can say everything we want to say, whether we like Costa's statement or we hate Costa's statement, whether it is true or false. It's up to you, Liberians. Listen to us today. But I go back to ask the same question tonight. From today's press statement, who is the beneficiary? Who going home celebrating tonight? Who have won this battle? When Costa declared that I'm going to speak, and everybody says, speak, 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 speak. Is it ANC, CPP that benefiting from this? ALP, the Costa party, are they the one benefiting from this? Is it CDC that benefiting from this?
Well,
who benefiting?
Stanton, can I
I
start?
want to say, yeah, let me finish because we're coming to you next. Everybody will have the 1 minute. It's very important. We need to listen. Not only what Costa said, but who running home with the victory right now? Who's celebrating right now? Who's saying we got Costa, we got it? Or who's celebrating that Costa have attacked Jose Yimabwaka to lay out his claims, whether they are true or false? I will tell you from where I sit, CDC is celebrating. I will tell you from where I sit, because I know the battle of the CDC and UP, CDC is rejoicing right now. CDC, okay, they're welcoming Costa home. It may not be his intention, hear me and hear me well, but they are celebrating. There will be no more Costa.
The ANC is celebrating more than CDC.
I'm narrowing this between ANC. I'm narrowing this between CDC and UP.
Actually, that is not something we don't have time for that.
But can I have my time, folks?
Can you see Akara's report?
No, I beg you, folks. Can I have my time? Yeah, Dr. Richardson, I beg. Can I have my time, please? Because my second is finishing. I think this is from Mr. Wozi. We're getting a feedback from your end. I will soon finish 30 seconds. I want to speak to Liberians tonight. You that listen to us by way of the radio. President George Manawia is drinking Hennessy XO right now. This is one of his best days. Samuel Twe is singing that song. That song that he always sing. They are celebrating right now. They are celebrating because it is important for every one of us to know that they fell within themselves. Costa will not attack CDC no more. Costa will not defend Jose Yimabwaka anymore. Costa not going to defend ANC. He have never defended them. Trust me, it is about CDC. Maybe Costa didn't do it to please CDC, or maybe he did. You Liberian people, you decide. But President George Manawia, Samuel Ditwe, Eugene Nangwe, every one of them, they are celebrating as we speak. They are drinking the Hennessy XO as we speak. They are doing that which they want to do because they have believed. They believe within themselves. They have conquered the voice of Henry Pedro Costa. He will never dig behind a minister again. He will never talk about George Manawia, triple homes and travels and all many corruption. Maybe he would do it. But I come to you, Liberians. Think and believe within yourself. The beneficiary, number one, is CDC. It's not Bernard Ure. It's not Jose Yimabwaka. It's not Edizana Cummings. They may guess a little out of it. But the 80 to 90% is CDC. Let God help us. Minister Woozy, and then we have 1 minute, please, because we'll be going to the phone line. But I'm done. Minister Woozy.
Well, thank you, Stanton. Let me agree with you on this one. It's like you are in a boxing league, and then you have a heavyweight champion in the box that all other competitors are going against, and then the person who's supposed to go against that champion is being attacked by other contenders behind the scenes instead of focusing on the champion. So ultimately, our party stand, of course, to benefit more than any side on the political eye. But we can also rule out the possibility of an opposition political party winning these elections. Like I've always said every time I appear on this show, that it will be a remix out of intellectual laziness for even my comrades on our side to think that the elections is over because we are the ruling party. Mr. Cummings is making all effort. We see that his mobilization is different from 2017. This time around, and it is clear that at least this time around his campaign is a little bit more organized by virtue of the engagements across the country. And then the Unity Party, of course, seems to be more consolidated and more organized, and with the support of Niba County or Nibayans in general, by virtue of the fact that the political leader of Niba County is on the side of Unity Party, the party has taken a mammoth leap in its supporter solicitation effort. That is clear. And that is, it's hard for my comrades to agree that is a big blow to the ruling party, which is not a secret. And every time I say that, we send our own boys and political children on social media to attack people like us. The reason is because people like us are not deceitful. I hate to deceive myself. And that's why I've always warned CDC as my party. Whether somebody say I'm not in support of the government or not, or say the president didn't want to hear my name, I don't actually care. But what I like to say is always advise them, because to sit down and underestimate the power of the collective consolidation effort of the opposition, I'm not.
Yeah, we don't know what's happening on Minister Woozy. Remember, your 1 minute, remember.
I wanted to disagree with you a little bit around CDC benefiting from this. They might assume that they will benefit, but I can't fathom how Costa accusing Joseph Boakai and Joseph Boakai not responding will address Liberian disappointment that George Weah built more horses for himself than he built schools for the entire country. How can Costa accusation satisfy Liberian? That George Weah is not here, not making any comment when drugs is taking over the country. The young people on whose blood and sweat he became president and promised to transform their lives have been destroyed, and he can't say a word. I can't fathom how, by Costa accusation, Liberians will feel happy and vote for George Weah. I can't fathom how Boakai not responding to Costa's allegation will make Liberians feel happy and re-elect Weah when they don't take pay, but Weah enjoy himself on expensive travel. So I disagree. Yes, they might feel that this is a moment for them, but the decision of Liberians about 2023 election is that Weah is a no option. He cares less about their suffering. He doesn't have empathy. He enjoys himself. He wants to enjoy the benefit of the presidency, but doesn't want to do the work and the heavy lifting of the presidency. No accusation from Costa. Joseph Boakai's silence will not address that problem. That's my disagreement.
Yes, something is ringing. Whenever, can we just all mute? If you are speaking, you can unmute yourself. I respect you for that, Abula Meme. Thank you very much for your disagreement. Not Minister Gibson Jeru, can you go? Your 1 minute.
Okay, thank you very much. Fagon, like I said, I came here not for personal attack, but you are an apostatized politician who referred to Joseph Boakai many times in a negative and brutal, viscerative way. You do not preserve any quality of decency to praise Joseph Boakai, and people believe you. I believe in Madame Gono more than any of you. You, Hussein Fadika, and Eugene, you are the worst nemesis of Joseph Boakai because of your apostatistic attitude. But let me go to something. Stanley said something that is very important. And Mame disagree, but at the same time, I want to say that our people are very, very limited. Some people because of their limitation, they believe many things very easily. And I know the CDC people will go to bed today rejoicing that because Costa had done this, it's going to destroy Joseph Boakai. But look, it's Joseph Boakai who will destroy himself, not Costa will destroy him. This thing that Costa has said, if I, as a chairman of Gonglo Global Media, I would have encouraged Councillor Gonglo and we would have appropriately responded to debunk the factual evidence or the opinionated opinions expressed by Costa. That is what people do. That is what show leadership. That is what show. We talk today, Joshua does not have any PR people. Anything goes. They don't know how to handle issue. It is the same way we are talking about here. The PR people from the Unity Party will have to address this so that it can be understood. Costa cannot be brushed by the side. I don't care you don't like Costa, like Fadiga said, he's narcissistic. It doesn't matter. The people he spoke to, there are people who believe in him. And the only way you can disabuse the people's mind is to counter the information with factual explanation of what took place and to debunk him. Otherwise, this is going to go a far way and the debate is going to continue until the election is over. Whether Joseph Boakai wins, whether Joshua wins, whether Gonglo wins, whether Cummins wins, this debate is not going away. So what I want to say here is, thank you, Managono. When Gonglo says we should support anybody in the runoff, as an individual, I have my opinion. And if I feel that it is good, I will definitely support. I don't have any special vendetta against that JM Boakai. I don't have any special vendetta against anybody. But when we come to these shows and we are expressing our differences, we should be taken serious. We should not be brushed by the side and be seen as enemy or antagonist. These are leadership questions we are asking. It is on you, Madam Gono, who has the tech team chairmanship, to tell us and disabuse our mind and respond to us in a way that we understand you.
Thank you.
Understand the Unity Party.
Thank you, Mr. Jeru. We thank you very much. A very, very, very good contradiction. We appreciate you. Johnny?
I want to start out with my sister Gono. She has always said she has thrown Lano out. So second round comes, she don't expect Lano to go to UP. For example, if UP comes second, because she was making her initial statement, she discounted Lano already. That's the money back. We accept that. As a tech team head, you started already distinguishing who will come to you, who will not come to you. I thought you were going to be opening your arm to everyone.
I said you will not come, or I said those who influence people getting in the race. I didn't say you will not come.
You said that. You said you, Johnny.
I'm trying to say that Gonglo was not influenced by my.
No, you called my name. You said you, Johnny. Listen,
maybe you didn't understand me.
Okay, Kwawu, let him finish. Kwawu, we don't have enough time. Let him finish. Johnny,
we'll see you
please finish.
Right,
Johnny, finish your 1 minute, please.
Kwawu in Nagao. Okay. He has a point. We are all one family here. This is an issue of application for this position of presidency, leadership of Liberia. We are not enemies in this country.
Never.
We all want the best for Liberia. And we are coming with all our ideas. So if my sister starts saying, you, Johnny, you're on our side, you want to push her away? No problem. We're here. We are struggling to get our votes. We are waiting for October 10. After October 10, then we know who is who in the country. We have all the numbers. We don't, like I always said, we don't have numbers in any bank. Whether it's in Tradefco or it's in Chase Manhattan, we don't have anything. We are looking for it on the ground. Every day, I, Johnny Quibly, Moniban Debe from Lofa. Every day is my duty. Everyone I ride with a motorbike, everywhere I go, I tell them about Dr. Moniba's vision for Liberia. We are crawling. You guys are running. We will get to the finishing point. Who gets there first? That's it. The race is not for the swift, but the one who endeavors to the end. So let me say to you guys, this election is a generational election matter. I don't care how you guys see it. This generation of Liberians will decide who will be their leader. And we are asking the young people of this country, the people of this country that fall in the age group like you, my sister Gono, my brother Fediga, even Stanton.
That's one reason I consider. One reason I consider Honorable Jeremiah Kun ticket.
Go, Kowu, don't interrupt him. Let him finish, Kowu, please.
Okay, finish up, Johnny. So I'm saying to you guys, everybody, please come on board to Dr. Clarence K. Moniba. This young Liberian, energized, ready to work for Liberian people, ready to start doing the real infrastructure, rule of law. You understand, my people? We are not enemies here. I'll do my best. Even, if you observe, I'm trying my best not to even try to pick at any leadership here. Whoever Liberian people decide to become a leader, we will all have to work around to build this country. I've never left. I've been here. I grew up here the tough times. I learned the staking Jews. A lot of things I've done in my life to survive to reach the level. So we want the best, not me anymore.
Thank you, Johnny. Thank you.
I want to school that my children. I'm not going to before. It's worrying me. Why should I go to school?
Thank you, Johnny.
I was about far better than today's school. So I beg all of you, you guys must join Dr. Moniba online on ticket. Let us build this country immediately as we take over come October 20.
Thank you, Johnny. Thank you, Johnny. It's a ticket that everybody will eat. We believe it. Hossein?
Well, that's a ticket supported by Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. A lot of Liberians frown on those kind of tickets. But I won't fault you. I can't blame you for supporting. You got all right to support whoever you want to support. So I won't beat you for that. But what I have to say that there's one person in this race. Look, Liberian voters are very predictable. The people have already chosen who they want to be their leader. We are seeing the rescue train, that wave move from Bon County to Nima County. It is glaring where this election is heading.
Watching the change track.
Y'all can change the track. Y'all can derail the train. We'll still move forward. We got helicopter.
After we head to what's here.
We got helicopter and everything there. But the bottom line here is, I wish that we could have a day that we won't have to beat them each other because drugs addiction is on the ballot. Bad governance is on the ballot. Extrajudicial killing is on the ballot. The man responsible for those things, the man that is orchestrating mayhem against the Liberian people is George Weah at this time. And we should not lose sight of that. We need to focus on it. Costa is just a mere childish distraction. And I'm glad that the whole big cat that was in the bag that he was going to let out, I know we thought about by putting a bunch of chip. The man is a narcissist. The man is very predictable. I want to know about, and I want to reach out some. So we will see those things coming on. It will just be distraction. I know our folks within the ANC are very happy. They think that there's one person that's staying in the way of Mr. Cummings becoming president is this man. They would do everything. If they had a way to talk to God to take this man from on earth, they would do it. But they do not have the power. The power of the people is stronger than that. I was at a function yesterday. Almost all the guys I spoke to, I don't know what the Cummings people are smoking. I don't know what they are drinking. But these people believe that Cummings will be the next president. From where, I do not know. I do not know where they're getting the statistic from. I think the biggest competition is Councillor Gonglo at this time. But hey, That's the beauty of democracy. We'll go through the process. Barely 2 months from now, we'll go through the process and we'll lay to rest all this hullabaloo about who popular, who got number, who trucking, who not trucking, who got this. All this thing will be put to rest on October 10th. And I know that I'm never wrong. Most time, what's going to happen in our election, we already know what that is. So let these people be in the
Did you say you are never wrong, Fadiga?
Thank you very much, Fadiga.
I'm never wrong.
Thank you.
Yeah, right.
Fadiga, thank you very much. Let's
let
bring
me
him.
just finish 2 seconds. Yeah, let me
All
just say 2 seconds. This too. Yeah, you distracted me and I lost your hope.
It's not me, it's that
The
Richardson
thing here
interrupted
is,
you.
it was deliberate. I know it was deliberate. But the bottom line here is we are on course. The rescue train is on course. When I saw those real organic crowd, Kessin Jari here talking about me supporting. Look, there's a man that supported George Weah, brought this kakistocracy into power. We don't even have no hair or tail or this thing that we got. A man that supported. Now he on the other side.
Or you talking about Jeru?
Jeru, that Fagon.
Oh, okay, thanks for clarifying.
Jeru, no, not Fagon, you know me. Yeah.
The Richardson, you pick your Fagon.
Guessing Jeru.
I
This
just want to
man
because I hear you, bro.
How many years we fought on Facebook? And this guy said George Weah was the best.
But you know for sure, I never supported George Weah.
All right, guys, let's go, guys. No. We have to.
Hey, let's hear what the Liberian people have to say.
Thank you. We got to go to the phone line, but before we go, we got to bring in Minister Fagon. Minister Fagon, stop. We coming to you, my brother. Stop.
Wait.
Give me wait. So go ahead, Fagon. Fagon, go ahead. You were the first that spoke.
No, now when the 2 minutes were going on, that's why I spoke for 2 minutes.
No. We gave you 2 minutes. We gave everybody 1 minute.
No, in a 1 minute round,
y'all get it 1 minute. Let go on.
Okay, we'll make you last, Manpan, we'll get you last. We'll get you last. No. Fagon, go ahead, but Becky, but we gotta open the phone line, but
5 United Party people here. 5.
All right, I disagree with Stanton when he says CDC benefited. And let me start by saying to Abdullah Mambe, if you're waiting for JMB to respond, you need to tell Congo to buy you a smartphone. JMB responded today, and Stanton don't want to put it up. He responded. My parents saw it. The old man said, I forgave you, son, and blah, blah, blah. Tell the man I ain't buy you smartphone. He bought Gibson ticket. Why you get buy you one cool smartphone? The man responded, anyway, he laughed. Now, if anybody, I disagree with Stanton. If anybody benefited today, it was JMB. They lied, they told on JMB that he promised Costa. Costa said no. Everything we went through, when I told the people, the post said, so you want to get the money to the old man, say yeah. It took months. Then they came back and said, we will get the money to the old man and let him be VP. So everybody that lied on the old man, y'all take that line from there. Speaking to JMB character, the main character older than Costa. So don't make that mistake. 42 years in government, Costa is only 40 years old. Now, you said the man went to receive money. Article 82 is my reliance. It says, and I quote, provided that corporate and business organizations and labor unions shall be excluded from making any contribution to the funds or expenses of any political party. JMB obeyed the law. So the man who benefited today was JMB. And like my person said, the only way you can forgive somebody is unless they transgress against you. And the old man said, I forgive you. But I leave all of you with my 1 minute. This old man went to Magibi. It was a mammoth crowd.
Wait, 1 minute, give you 1 minute finish.
We saw a tsunami. Let me finish. We saw a tsunami crowd in Bon County. He went to Nimba County. What we saw in Nimba County was astronomical. Never seen by human eyes before. And the people of Nimba, with the second vote rich county in the whole of the republic, vowed to give Mr. President 1 round. Now, with Bon Kowa, Magibi Kowa, Nimba Kowa, the old men have now gone in his own backyard, which is Lofa. He won Lofa by 98%. This time, if there is 110%, he will whip it. Unless you forget, Madam Katumu, my auntie, is from Bombi County. He has not entered Bombi. He has not entered the town of his nieces, Bapolu, and he has not been to Cape Mount. By the time we are finished with you folks, you will know what pour water in coconut. It's a one-round victory. We are no longer contemplating on going a second round.
And thank you very much, Honorable
you
Minister Eugene Fagon.
Or I will leave you behind. The old man put me in charge. I don't take nonsense. You get on board now, I'm leaving you behind. I don't
Thank you very much, Minister Fagon. I was let me bring in Madam Gono. Go ahead, Madam.
Yeah, so and borrowing from what he said, you know, I read a headline with former Minister McGill. I think it was today's newspaper from Liberia. He says second round is expensive. It will put our country in debt. We should just have one round election, and I can assure you that Joseph Iman Boyka is headed for a first round victory. Looking at what we did in Mangibi, like Brother Fagon said, in Bong and in Nima, where I saw my people in complete claiming on top of the roof. I mean, where they had no resources showing up, that kind of energy that they showed. And there are other candidates that are also helping us as well. I learned that on the Gonglo Trail, he had a good show in Zwedru. So they are going to be, the Gonglo group are going to be able to cut up some of that vote from the CDC in Grand Chile. And even though we have our own forces there, because Honorable Jeremiah Kohn has really consolidated in the southeast. And as you said, Bapolu is an off station from Lopa. They are they vote similarly in any elections with the Unity Party. So this will be a first round victory. I want us to consolidate our efforts. We cannot sit here and talk about drugs, extrajudicial killing, this, that, and then we're all here attacking each other, as Minister Wosi said. Even though the people themselves are resolved, let us listen to the voice of the people. They say the voice of the people is the voice of God. Our people want us to consolidate our efforts and make this a first round victory. And these political parties who think that they can muscle the UP and end up in the second round, look at the opinion polls and make a logical decision. Opinion polls put Joseph Boyka in a comfortable first in lead. Second, by the CDC, the incumbent George Weah. To remove Boyka from the race, you have to be able to remove it. To enter the second round, your target should be Weah. You have to be able to remove him to make it to the second round with Boyka, who is in a comfortable lead. So to not be delusional, to think that you can remove Boyka and get in the second round, that you can only enter the second round by moving the CDC, which is highly.
Thank you, Madam Gonglo. Thank you, Madam Tewon Gonglo. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Gono.
Same thing, same people.
I want to say Dr. Richardson, you want additional 1 minute before we wrap this thing up? I don't think we have time for a phone line. We're not hearing you, Dr. Richardson.
Sorry, thanks for giving me the 1 minute because I think that I can, talk about Mr. Alexander Cummings and how he can make a good leader. But first of all, I admire how you guys talk about Ellen. When Ellen has so much power, like she has the power to tell us who will be our leader. And it's such a disservice to the Liberian people because you don't respect their votes. Secondly, I want to tell you that Mr. Cummings has no interest, in paying Costa to interfere with the elections. I said that before, I will say it again, and I will say it 10 more times. Mr. Cummings is the hardest working candidate in the race. We want to go door to door, village to village, house to house to tell the Liberian people our message. We're not interested in conspiracy theory or, people who y'all think can pull the strings for Liberian elections. Liberians, I know you are listening, October 10th, you have to elect a president and some legislators. I'm asking you to consider Mr. Cummings and Charlene Bronskin. Unlike some of the leaders, stop disrupting me, Mr. some of the other leaders that we've been talking about. Mr. Cummings has leadership skills. We talked about the leadership skills today. That was kind of evidence in the narrative that Mr. Costa gave. When somebody is indecisive and somebody is paranoid and somebody perhaps have medical problems, okay? And these are all allegations that were made today. I don't know how true they are.
Then
Okay?
stop speaking on speculations now. It's not the right thing
So
to
I beg you, Madam Gongo, we will protect Dr. Richardson,
You're
madam.
not telling me how to speak on the
Please.
show. I don't tell you how to speak on the show.
Dr. Specko.
We will protect Dr. Richardson. Go ahead.
So I'm trying to tell you that we are looking for leaders right now. Someone that would change the trajectory of.
Can I borrow 1 minute from you?
No.
But let's finish that.
1 minute already.
Guys, let's finish.
When you are indecisive,
Guys,
when you are
please.
kind of paranoid, okay, when you have trust issues, it will be difficult for you to solve some of our issues in Liberia, such as improving the healthcare system, making sure that medication is in the hospital for Liberians. It will be difficult to address the education system, such as providing quality education. It will be very difficult to even talk about infrastructure and imposing the rule of law, because you cannot make any decisions. We have seen this time after time after time. When it comes to
is the 1 minute still there?
Mr. Buckeye,
I beg you, Madam Gongo, leave your
But we're
sister
going to
alone.
3 minutes now. We're going to 3 minutes now.
Yes.
Are you narrating? Okay, I want to give my 1 minute to J. Room.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me say something. Let me say something while we wrap this thing up. It's very important. It's very important.
She gave me 1 minute, please.
Jerome, stop. Jerome, stop that thing. Don't do it. It's very important for us to say this. We are 3 months away from the election.
Mm-hmm.
Make no mistake. This election will be held. We'll have a free, fair, and transparent election. I believe. I do believe also that President George Manawiya he will not manipulate the result. The result will be the result. You can disagree with me. I do believe, I'm not asking for it yet. I'm not. I do believe that this election is about our life. It's about our future. This election is about the next generation. If you ever read the story, Had Animal Known, you will come to the conclusion today. If only Mr. Cummings knew. I think, folks, I'm not going to talk about Mr. Cummings, I won't talk about Mr. Cummings on the show.
Thank you.
Because I think Mr. Cummings is not in this election to win. There's no need to waste my time and talk about Mr. Cummings. You just told me thank you. You just told me thank you. You just told me thank you. So do not change it now. You just said thank you to me. Let me finish.
There is a protest going on under the live feed. They posted if they can't talk, they have to close the show.
Yeah, we will open the phone line. But I also do believe, while I end this thing, I also do believe that Mr. Cummings can serve as president. And Mr. Wozie, I want you to listen to this. He would best serve Liberian people if he runs for the ULA position here in the United States.
You talking after you're not talking about Mr. Cummings?
A lot of Liberians will vote for Mr. Cummings. He can be ULA president. Mr. Cummings can make us.
You are very correct.
No need. Thank you. But let me make my point now.
1 minute.
I beg you, let me finish. Don't interrupt my 1 minute. I get one. Then take it one. Then have one.
You not got 2 minutes. They put on leaving the show. Say they posted the fair.
Yeah, they put fair. They'll come back tomorrow.
I have to leave. I get me my closing and leave. I have to leave.
No, I beg you, don't interrupt me, Johnny. Then I will bring your picture up when you're holding the AK-47. Please don't interrupt me.
I have to leave. Stanton, bring it up.
Okay,
I have to leave.
Night, Johnny, have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow by God's grace. Thank you, my brother, Johnny. God bless you.
I can't close, eh?
No. You're close tomorrow. How you close if you get your grandma being your vice president candidate for your ticket? But anyway, let's go ahead. At the end of the day, what should we give the Liberian people problem? Joseph Yima Boaka or Josh Manawiya? Cut to the chase. For the next 90 days, this is the message we give the Liberian people. Joseph Yima Boaka or Josh Manawiya? Don't waste people's time. Don't go knocking on doors. Don't spend for nothing money. The money the country don't have. 25, 30 people on the ballot. You come with 0.1000000.01 and you want somebody to recognize you as a political party. Don't do that. The Liberian people should be thinking right now. Joseph Yiman Boaka or George Manawia. The rest of them, they are negotiating either for 2029 or for good position in the next government. So I will rest on this, my fellow Liberians. No one should waste your time. Mr. Cummings' organization, the CPP, Mr. Cummings' organization, the ANC, they can wait for 2029. The time will come. They have no structure. Have you ever asked them the money being raised here in America? How they invest in the money? The money raised here in America is they are investing the money. They are investing the money in Airbnb. Go ask Mr. Morgan. It is. They are investing the money in Airbnb.
Yes, stop being fearful.
Why Nathan don't know about the money being raised here in America? You know what Mr. Cummings said about Nathan? He's an opposition figure to ANC. So he do that. He doesn't ride and die with him. It's a serious issue.
He decided the election already.
So I would beg, when you have 400,000 to spend on retired suffering rally, that rally that cost less than 10,000. The projection was 400,000 and they ate the money after eating 70,000. So the total spend was 470,000. How can we trust the country resources to Mr. Alexander Cummings and his organization? I rest my fellow Liberian. There is no need. Since 2007, Fadika, you've been in the country, begging the people to give you leadership job. You refuse to build one single bathroom. Your own town, Maryland, you got nothing in Maryland. The place you currently live, that's your investor that built the place. Because we said it, Mr. Cummings now building his own place down on Ralph Highway. It ain't even reached the roof level yet. The place will not be completed, election will come and pass. It is embarrassing. A man yourself worth $100 millions. He can treat the people of Maryland that way. It's very embarrassing. Let's get to the issue. Let's discuss George Manawia field leadership. Let's discuss, I know coming at your brother. Let's discuss
Joseph Cummings, you giving us popularity here. Go ahead.
It's full. Nobody call the line. Nobody should call the line. Nobody should call the line and talk about Mr. Cummings. Whenever you open the line, I know Dr. Richardson will interrupt him today because I will say this and I will rest. I don't want to do this, but let me just say a little bit about it. Even Dr. Richardson fixture too. Do not believe Dr. Richardson. And speaking of Dr. Richardson anyway, that's how it is.
It is okay.
That's how it is.
It is not
but
okay.
I leave it. Oh my God. It's not okay that the person that you defend turn against you to speak to your enemy. But guys, let's wrap this thing up.
I can say that you
Nelson
have not been
Nelson
in the way that you talk about either. 1 minute you're talking about CDC, the next minute you're talking about JMP.
Nelson
have been very consistent in who I am.
Nelson, you joined the CDC, you wearing blue and white now?
Nelson.
Guys, I'm in Liberia. I gotta let go. Guys. Thank you.
Say hi to Tewin Gonglo for us.
Okay. Thank you.
Guys, I said no, but I wrap the show together. You can say see us later. We didn't say a prayer yet. Are you mad because we told Mr. Cummings?
The people calling, let me go.
All right. Dr. Richardson, Fagon, Fadika, Sam Woozy, Abulai, Nelson Kolai, we want to say thank you. A great show. Till we meet again tomorrow. May God bless you all.
Nelson Kolai, open the line to the people that are, man.
Nelson will not open the line except that the Richardson tell him to, but we are not telling him to. This is not reliable 360, my man. Get all of our show. Bye.
Dr. Richardson, you go hijack. You go say Dr. Richardson and stand up there and I got no kitchen.
Dr. Richardson crying.
You the show. That's open the line, man. The next one I'm going to show you the post and Bernard got
But
nothing.
Mr. Wozi, am I making a mistake? Mr.
No,
Cummings got
I
nothing
mean,
he own in
the thing is so
Liberia.
clear. The thing is so
He
clear.
got nothing he own in
Why
Liberia.
you say you won't be president? You think we're guessing here? Liberia is not
The
gonna
man,
playground.
the man
You got
spent
no experience.
400. He
Yeah.
spent $470,000 on retired Safirati.
What kind of
And
job
because
is
of
that?
that, and this is what we heard. I can read it to
Your
you.
own money will go towards incitement of citizens.
Let me say this.
No,
This
man.
is horrible.
But at least
This
you're
is
going to
horrible.
pay small things, 3-bedroom,
But man,
250K.
but man, you go to Maryland, you sleep in guest house, you beg somebody to use the bathroom.
Look at that kind
Are
of
you
thing.
kidding
What kind
me?
of disgrace is that?
They play your
You
pie
get
in your
using like
mouth.
100,000 a base, so kind of nice structure in Maryland.
25,000, man, 25,000 and give you
Let's
something
assume you want
good.
to get 100,000, one in Plibo, one in Harper,
Thank
and
you.
one in the hometown where you say you come from.
Why
Nothing.
hometown in Kaweke?
It's not gonna king. But he pay money to be considered a member of the town.
Fadiga, you know what is so shocking? People want to point onto things that Mr. Cummings own not. You talk about the school, it's Coca-Cola. The building Mr. Cummings residing today. It's not his building. It's Rich Luden building. I'm serious. This is embarrassing. Why should we put Mr. Cummings in the picture? How can we as a Liberian agree that this man serious to win election?
Besides him being serious, I question the man leadership. People talking about Joseph Boyka and unstable. Look, Comey is one of the most inconsistent presidents, very arrogant, very cocky. He thinks he knows it all, and it showed in his leadership. Look, this man
That's there on your own time.
No,
you talking
not
about
one.
what? Horse? The guy doesn't even spend money. What kind of millionaire whole day they begging for money? Every day they raising money. Oh, man, and they picking it all in like brother running for House of Representatives. I need to get money.
You look at Dr. Richardson go. You look at Ambassador Munafa. Is that a criteria to be president? Munafa is not though. You're not the man. I will say this, man. Fadiga. You know what I heard? I will say this. You know what I also heard on Saturday? Mr. Cummings' wife is so mad that send the brought in Charlene Bronski. There is no traction.
Do you know what
Fagon, did you hear that, Fagon? Since Charlene Bronski came on the scene, Mr. Cummings just went down. Roop.
Yeah, but even his wife is more people central than his vast Senate Barrett.
Seriously.
Yeah, his wife is more she's more accommodative, she's more marketable, she's more she got this personality that attracts a lot of females. She appeals to she appeals to the female population than the vast. Look, the vast Senate Barrett is a savage lady. She comes from a family in Grand Bassa who is seen as an elite family. They don't have a history of associating with people that feel so big.
But you're been around. Woozy, you're been around, right?
It's already unpopular.
Woozy, you've been around. You've been around a lot, Woozy. You've been around a lot. Why will Mr. Cummings' popularity, his mojo just went down flat after he brought Charlene Bronski in?
They do not have
a plan. Why?
Let me tell you something. They do not have a plan.
Because the people found out that they were part of that PAC investment group. And that when Cummings left the bank, Cummings made her replace him on the board of directors of that international bank. So the poor concluded also that all of your king here ever since you have been doing their thing. So
and Buchanan, for example, right? Buchanan Renewable exploited Bazolians to the core. Yeah. And her late dad has some link with some of those companies through the influence of Madame Salif. You understand? So there are a lot of things behind the scene. Buchanan Renewable created a wrong impression, and then there was a backwash effect considering foreign direct investment analysis. The company went in there, created a wrong impression that they're going to employ a lot of Bazolians. Later on, they robbed the investment portfolio and left the country, thereby leaving thousands of Bazolians unemployed. So that caused serious economic problem for Bazolians. The Bronskins are aware of what happened in that instant. Madam Salik can better explain to you what happened. So behind the scene, the Bronskins have negatively affected Bazolians, the inner group of influential family in Grand Bassa.
Look, I was at a barbecue on the weekend, And this one of my good friend coming supporter, and this guy, I don't know like I said, I don't know what you guys can be smoking. This guy said that Charlie Bronski got Grand Basso County and they're going to deliver. And I told you, I said, I can bet you my life. If Charlie Bronski put 10,000 votes in Grand Basso County, probably don't ever believe me again.
No.
But okay, it's not even delivering Grand Basso though, Fadiga. Let's just talk to the people for a second. Woozy.
Yeah.
It's not even delivering Grand Basso. It's about the fact that since she came on, right, things just turned worse for Mr. Cummings.
She's disconnected from the people.
And we just found Charlene repeating herself while she was choosing. She's making no case.
I'm telling you, she's not charismatic.
Mr. Cummings should have used his wife more than Charlie Bronski because she's a political SS baggage, and that is not a secret.
I mean, there's one of the things we have to understand. One of the things we have to understand here. You bring your VP to elevate you, correct? Look at look at our Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris gave the black people vote to Joe Biden. They elevated him. Seriously, say what you want to say about Joe Howard Taylor when she came on to run along with
voters. In addition,
she brought Boncante. Yeah, she brought something. She brought a steam. She brought that part of Chastito Party with her. So now you're gonna ask me, you think Charlene brought in Liberty Party?
No.
The whole Liberty Party?
No.
You think Charlene helping the cause of Mr. Cummings?
No.
Mr. Cummings got nothing in Liberia. He has zero, nothing. And he expects people to vote for him and say, let me get there, then I will build. Let me get there, I will do X, Y, and Z. It is embarrassing. Why should we call the name Cummings in these elections? Why?
Charlene was never the first, second, third, fourth, or fifth choice. She just was a Hail Mary pass because there was nothing left. He overplayed him. He wasted too much time. Nothing left. They just went there. They pick it. They had to carry someone, and they just went and looked there and pick it up. But she was not first, second, or third choice.
I think a Gateway McIntosh or Ibeson Finley or Yomli Kanga Lawrence would make more impact. You see now,
Yomli would have more impact.
When Yomli joined JMB camp, it's clear who controls Grand Basso. DeLons and Yomli have carried about at least 85% of the Brazilian population. It's clear. Yomli speaks Basso.
Since we bring the conversation up,
tradition.
let me ask you to lay up because you're very smart. You've been in the interior, Woozy. You understand how this works. Thank God, let's just have some general conversation here. Grand Basso, Yomli Kanga Lawrence. Hey man, Woozy left. I want to bring Woozy. Fagon, can you help Woozy back? And I want Fagon to squeeze in on this one. Fagon, real quick. Hans Bashu, Yomli Kanga Lawrence, Jonathan Kape, going against Charlene Bronski and the former passport Minister of Besonga family. Talk to me. Which corner we're going to put place Baza in? In whose corner?
Let me tell you what. You look at the Kangas. Yomli Kangas, Lawrence's dad, Pakanga, made a monumental impact in Grand Basso by virtue of the church service that he rendered. How he served long time, and then he helped the Brazilians in the interior. He made tremendous impact, all right, over several decades. And then his kids all were born in Grand Basso. They grew up there. They associated. They got good names, among the common people. They went to the interior. They learned the Basso tradition. And there is something about Grand Basso. I work with more energy with Dr. Christopher Neal as corporate strategist for a while, And then he took me one time to Grand Basso, and I noticed something. The Brazilian, a lot of people who speak their dialect, who will go to the church when they're singing their gospel song, you dance with them. You communicate with them easily without speaking English. Can any of the Bronskins do that? The answer is a big no. They are totally disconnected. It was at that time that I got to know that the Bronskins were totally disconnected from the traditional population of Grand Basso. Now, Besonga Finley is considered as a middle elite person, but somebody who is open to, although he's not too much into the traditions, but he's somebody who is a little bit more associative. He goes around them, even sometimes send money. At the time he was sending pro tem, that's what he used to do. But her dad never built that relationship. The only time he tried building that relationship was when he wanted to become president. That's when he started with the rhetorics that it is Bassa people time to lead. But The traditional Brazilians did not even believe in that commitment, in that pronouncement, because they felt that it was coming from the wrong person. In the case of the Kangas, they've been into the interior, they've been working with the common people down the line, and which is key. So you cannot amass vote from among the Bassa people when you cannot dance their songs, you cannot speak their dialect, you have no, your grandparents have no history. In fact, your grandparents are considered as white people in the Bassa language. Fediga is a Brazilian. He knows that he breathed from there. He knows what I'm talking about exactly. And interestingly, Fadiga understands Bassa. That's my understanding. So you can be a vice senator from a particular county, and you can't even speak the dialect of the country. You don't know the tradition. Your grandfather don't have a history of having a clear association profile. Neither your dad. That's why you see the election gave them a hard time. But the thing that helped Mr. Bronskin to even get some of the votes during the 2005 election was because you have people like DeLong, you have people like Yombikanga Lawrence, you have other Bassa stakeholders who came around, because that was the first time for a Bassa person, somebody claiming to be from Grand Bassa, to say they want to contest. So they saw it as their own, as the regional stuff. But now the eyes are open. That's why it's easier for Yombi to just go there and say, we're having party today. All the Bassa people come around free of charge and start singing in Bassa songs. So the long side, the Yombi Kanga Lawrence side, and the Senator Kapi side, that side has carried the Bassa people. That is clear. It's no secret. Don't let anybody say anything on the contrary, except where a political leader will want to consciously deceive themselves to think that the two parties are going to get vote in Grand Bassa. It will be the Unity Party, Yombi Kanga Lawrence side, and that of CDC. It is clear because CDC controls the local government structure. And you have also other stakeholders from there who are associated with the ruling party. But you talk about Mr. Cummings, no, it's not going anywhere.
Thank you. Let me bring it Fadiga, then Al-Hassan. Then Fagon can take us home on this. Fadiga, your take. You are from the Buchanan belt. I want you to tap into this thing that since our sister Charlene Broskin came, it doesn't look good for Mr. Cummings. I have spoken to folks whose name I cannot reveal. They say Mr. Cummings made one of the worst political mistakes in his lifetime, refusing to go second to JMB and taken by the instruction of Madame Salih, went after Charlene Broskin. After they decided to pay her expenses, it gave her enough money, right? Tell her, say, forget about your law firm for a minute, forget about your race as a representative, come and support us. It just didn't work. And now they got a contract, they got to pay her. They got to give her money. They have to pay her because they got to give her expenses. And that's what they don't. That's why she's all over the place. But she's not helping the cause. She's not elevating Mr. Cummings. She's not energizing the base. This Mr. Cummings thing is just dead upon arrival. There is no way, even the Cummings people, those that I spoke to on Saturday, they begin to have second thought as to why Mr. Cummings put himself in this position. And it was all because of Musa Hassan Benete, who is now saying there will be no opposition unity in the second round. Mr. Cummings fell flat for that. And he's coming back to haunt him. Talk to me. Then Fagon will take us home.
I think what we see from Charlie, it just speaks to her political immaturity. She's a fine lady. I think she's a fine woman. I think she's my advice to her then, and if there's still room, I would have advised her again to run as representative. I think she lost a golden opportunity. She should have mend fences with Yombri, DeLong, and go on to win that seat easily as representative, serve for people, show all this good thing that she said. The first thing about Charlie is completely disconnected from the Bassa people. For some of us that grew up in Bassa is a very close-knit environment. If you go to Grand Bassa now, it's a little different because the demographic has changed a little. A lot of foreign people from different places have moved there. But when I grew up in Bassa, it was on a surname basis, the Lord, the Greaves, the Reeves, the DeLong. So that's how people mention people, that people connected. It was on a surname basis. So people kind of knew each other based on family business. So if your family was notorious or you were completely disconnected from the mainstream people tend to shy away from you. And I don't think that Charlie invested her time wisely in getting to know the people. And one of the things she did, and I think she's doing, is her speeches are boring. Her speeches are way above the people that she speak above them. She don't speak to their level, and she tend to be a little arrogant when she speaks. So I listened to her one of the time, and she said, "The stupid stunner who says I should speak." Pastor stupid stunner. There's a woman that had a golden opportunity in Grand Bassa County to when she was chosen as a vice president. Everybody in Liberia know how to say "moi." Everybody know how to say hi in Bassa or one other language. I would have started that speech by speaking at least practice it over and over. And your opening speech will be Bassa just something, just say something, speak one line in Bassa to show that connection to the people. Honestly, there's nothing beautiful than hearing your dialect, even outside the country. If you are part of, even if you can't speak it, just that soothing sound, that connection that it brings when you saw it. That's why people join these different organizations here. Charlie lost that connection. And I say with all sincerity, she doesn't even try. This woman went there, started talking about her boyfriend, they from Cape Man, and she was completely disconnected. She felt like she was completely other place. She didn't even want to be there. And I've listened to her. Look, Jeremiah Kuhn is more eloquent politically than Charlie Bronski. He connects with the people. That magnet, Charlie Bronski have not been able to use that magnet. Personally, she's a very charming lady. She's a very educated, charming lady. But her charm, the Liberian people are not feeling it. And the reason here is she's from that hierarchy. Liberia is a structural hierarchy society. I will say that. It's a structural hierarchy society. Everybody know their place. People from down there be there. People from up here. People from the other side be there. Charlie found herself in that place. Went to Ivy League school. It's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying that to garner the vote, the people that actually decide the election in Liberia, she is completely disconnected from them. And then her speech writer, people that are ready for her, have not ready to make her speech to speak to the commoners. So that disconnect is there. So Cummings were already struggling with that. Then he added someone that even made it worse. So they both are the blind leading the blind, and they are wasting our time. Honestly, I don't know what the people believe, but they are completed time waster. And I hope that October thing could come like yesterday, and this whole thing should be over, and we go to our inauguration in January.
Thank you very much, Fadiga. Honorable Fagon, please.
Yeah, all the people going now, only about 4,000 people remain now to listen. I mean, the poor won't call. I have much the people patient to call. But when it comes to Bassa, there's no. The person who really killed my spirit was Bezonga. Bezonga, Madam Salif calls you and told you to go as VP to Kumis. If you refused, it meant to me, it simply meant that you smelled something that you didn't want to be part of. Because he refused. He said he wasn't going. Then they used you to talk to Charlene. After talking to Charlene, then you say you want to be independent candidate. But everywhere Kumis have gone, you have been there. You may as well just run on ANC ticket. Because Nigerian people are not looking at you now as Bezonga Finlay. They are seeing you as the ANC CPP representative, and you will be flogged. You will be brutally flogged. There is no way you can survive in Bassa right now. So long the people see you on ANC ticket, JMB message will be clear. If you give me the job, give me the helpers. And the Bassa people will understand that very well. If you give me the job, give me the helpers. And the Bassa people will definitely give him a helper. If you want me to look towards Bassa way, give me somebody that can relate to me. Someone that understands me. Someone that will understand when we said, "Run, bump me." For example, Eugene Fagon will come. And I don't see Bezonga going anywhere. Because It's now JMB versus George Weah. And that's why I wanted to hear what the people of Liberia had to say. He's not going to win. Basso is gone. Magibi is a part of the Basso belt. Okay? River says it's a part. So River says, Magibi, Basso is gone. Areto Nimba, Bong, Lofa is gone. Come with Bapolu, Bommy, and Sonny is gone. Who don't know JMB have won the election? For 6 years, the people have suffered. Now you buy 3,000 motorbike, they'll ride it for free. You buy 250 pickup, they will ride it for free. And Yaris was my witness. What kind of pickup we didn't see for Liberty Party? To the point where our man Manipaka Duma and Kanyo Bara jumped for in the studio. They left Carrasco there with a wire and ran away. During Thomas Faratan, what kind of crowd we put up? What kind of money we see? But when Dylan was ready, he not even print 5 t-shirt. He beat out with 200,000 votes. And if anyone say, oh, that time, 3-day free call was canceled, and no money for July 26th, they want even worse. The president admitted that for 5.5 years, he have not paid people minimum wage. He paid them $45. 15,000 people. $100 million worth for drugs. Another $40 million worth for drugs. People, my man, it's worse. This thing you're looking at, anybody tell you say second round baby there. Tell them don't waste your time. It's a 2-man race. You either for or you against. And from the way things are looking now, if, in my opinion, Grand Jida can be divided, and I will close on this note quickly, Stanton. For me to hear Grand Jidans debating fiercely over George Weah, I listen to 3 crown guys telling one crown guy say, if you think we're stupid, can't influence us again. You telling all about CDC, show us one thing that George Weah had done for Grand Jida. George Weah paid the FDA place in Pomi. George Weah paid play in Pong. George Weah paid. Show us one thing. And to my surprise, this guy from Grand Jida could not show one thing that George Weah did for the people of Grand Jida. And you know what the guy said that was profound? He said no county has done for George Weah what Grand Jida has done for him. In 2005,
it's true.
We voted for him. All the other people betrayed him.
It's true.
2011, we voted for him. All the other people, some people betrayed him. 2017, we voted for him. Even when Manasali wanted to care up, what were he? We never left him. Then after he took power 2017, 3 election cycle, that 18 years. 18 years. We stick behind one man. What has this man given us in Grand Jida? My man, I felt bad. I really felt bad. So Grand Jida, so where she move a hat. They were telling him in Grand Jida because of what he did to those people. Until George Weah can stand up and say, I did this for you. Nothing. The only thing we tell him, I made your son central bank or no. Where? In a bank where he get decision? Please, man. I made your daughter gender minister. Where? The rape cases ain't going up. She ain't in her own town. Hey, man, please, stand up. Hear from the people from Liberia, man. Don't we hear from men like me that waste of time.
So it's important that you want us to hear from the people of Liberia with the few folks we got still up. Let's open the phone line. Nelson, my picking, come on. Let's hear from the people of Liberia, man. Just those Liberians out there. Let's hear from them. Nelson, I like your jacket, man.
Please, I beg you. I see this
Thank
call.
you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, you look shy.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so folks, you can call tonight. The lines are already ringing from all sides. So we go to the first caller here. Hello, you live.
Good evening.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. You're live on the program.
Okay, I also want to say good evening to the panelists and good evening to the Liberian pool in and out for the broadcast. My name is Tommy F. Williams, and I'm joining for 2nd Street in Seattle tonight.
Okay, Tommy, you have 30 seconds. Just be to the point, sir.
Well,
So we'll take other callers.
well, I don't know if that lady is listening. But she asked a question: what JNB has done for the people of Liberia for the past 42 years in government. There are many, and the only one that I want to start with there is integrity.
Okay.
That is, all the time she has served in government, there's no record of him stealing from the Liberian people. That one is enough for those 40 presidents.
Thank you.
I just want to make that point.
Thank you very much. Hello. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Yeah, go ahead. You're live.
Let me say good evening to all of the panelists. I'm M. Dominic Fan, Junior Fumi from Makawa resident this evening rather, sorry. Let me say thanks to Fagon. You know, Fagon being one of the advocates for us who are not panelists on the spoon show. Water spoon being marginalizing us in a way. But thank you. We have nothing to say this evening. Liberians have made up their mind. We already in the rescue train. Can you imagine the train already in Lima, in Mosorado? But I'm talking behind the train. No matter what the train stop, I will be there. Thank you very much.
The train already
Would I get to
behind,
listen to Costa, Robin?
I'll slow you down. I will slow down for that man.
Hello, good
slow
evening.
down for the man. The man are lawyer soldier.
I just put a train in Chariot. I'm gonna please share my train before I close.
Giving to the school family.
Okay, good evening. Go ahead.
Thank you, Nelson. My name is Michael Williams, and I join you from Kingsville tonight. Quickly in 30 minutes, in 30 seconds.
30 minutes?
Petro Costa.
30 seconds a minute talking about.
Yes. Petro Costa, I mean, he's not relevant in our political spectrum in Liberia. Costa is a person who is noted for being a blackmailer. I mean, like, working to Costa. Where we are now, to our people that Costa today coming on to make a kind of statement. I just like the response from our Senate bearer in particular, Joseph Yuma Boaka. He said, Costa, you are my son. I forgave you. Now we are focused on the train. We are focused on rescuing this country. So we thank God, Costa, you can continue, you and your group. People say that citizens are celebrating their own defeat.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello.
Hello.
Okay, you live. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I'm heading to Boston from the Alfie Highway.
Go ahead.
The issue of Aaron Costa going on the paper is a complete disservice to the Liberian people. Well, we're not looking at him. We know that Aaron Costa already showed the limitation. So we are all in our mind to carry JMB. So JMB is the best president of Liberia Council Authority. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Hello.
This is phone?
Yes, you're live on the radio. Go ahead.
Hello?
You're live on Spoon Talk. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, this is Moba Noakolo. I call you from District 17. And let me be very frank and tell you, I was right there when Costa had this press conference. Please, I don't want us to look at it. I want you didn't talk on, like just what I called to actually add on the discussion. Costa said when this money business came, and the woman heard it because of his theft, he was so happy. He said this was going to ease the tension on him for his theft business. And besides, and the woman told him that, I'm going to come and get the money. He said the medical team. And the woman said, no, over there, because you plan to let American doctors get, all kind of funny things he said. So I don't want you to look at it that way. That old man, no matter what, I'm speaking to you. I'm an old man too. But I'm telling you, let us stop bringing this kind of game with other people. Costa is very young and he can destroy it, and later on he might get something good for himself. Let us not listen to Costa, please.
Thank you.
Let us not, the way you guys discussing on Spoon, I sort of thought you were making flower about you guys. I'm getting to let people bow. Let me tell you now.
Thank you.
Laughing and talking all these things is good for us.
Thank you.
I thought people can be making flower, but it's good for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello.
That's it, friend.
Okay, you live. Go ahead.
I'm Samuel Parkour from 54.
Okay, Kyle, let's hear you quickly.
Well, Costa talk today, they doesn't encourage anybody. Because they may let me say, we all you came to go to talk. You can't talk this kind of thing. I went then after the beat. So guys say as long as I'm sitting in the presidential seat, no very large vision, anybody do anybody in
Okay.
as long as I'm president. So today, now what is doing the talk? Now the kind of talk we're expecting.
Thank you. Hello? Yeah, go ahead. You're live.
How are you, my brother? How are you?
Yes, sir. You're live on the radio. Go ahead.
I just tell you thank you for this topic. I want to tell my Liberian people that we focus our mind and don't listen to other people saying that we make the statement as talking is free. We are going strictly enough is enough for this too much thing within this nation. We are going for this old man. I can't classify him for the man we want.
Okay.
Enough is enough.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, go ahead. You're live.
Thank you and thank you very much. Let me say good evening to you and good evening to the panelists for their brilliant cross coordination of RDF concerning our beloved state. For the recognitions, I'm Poker Robert. And join you from a comfortable.
That man called that morning and tried to insult the people.
And a privilege to be the chairman for the Friends of Democracy.
Okay, listen, Poker.
He called earlier this morning to insult people. He insulted the former CEO this morning.
So Nelson, mute him for a bit. Okay, it's okay that mute him. Tell him to hold on. Tell Poker Robert, we do not want to prevent him from calling the show. He can make his point, but he shouldn't insult anyone. Okay? He's welcome to call on Spoon, but he just shouldn't insult anyone.
Okay, so Poker, are you there? Did you get the message?
Yeah, but I didn't get a message. I don't know what you can.
Okay, you are welcome. You are welcome to call on the show, but you have to be safe or don't insult. Once you do that, we'll cut you off and you will not call on the show again.
No, but I'm insulting nobody.
Okay, so yeah, go ahead, make your points. 30 seconds quickly.
Okay, no problem. Anyway, problem. I will obey by the rules. For the recognitions, I'm Poker.
We already know you introduce yourself, Poker. Go ahead.
I listen to the cross coordinate of RDF on the panelists and very expeditiously. But what actually or baffles me here is for people to not be fair to give some people their identity that they carry. The identity that President Zuma perhaps carry. I see people that fucking sugarcoating it.
So why identity?
Hello?
Why identity? What's the identity?
Thank you. The identity that the old man carry is nothing but its identity of ungratefulness.
Okay.
That's what the old man carry.
Thank you very much. Let's see you there, Poker, and take another person. Hello?
Hello, good evening. How you guys doing?
Yes, go ahead. You're live.
Yeah, thank you. And it's a good evening to Honorable Stanton and Dallas, my mentor, Honorable Eugene Fagon. John D. Tama is my name. I normally speak on behalf of the Omen Tamateko Radio in Mofakande Foyer. Okay. Let me say this. I think some of us would not need to waste our time on the name Heron Costa. Heron Costa, you tell him upside down, he'll be the same Heron Costa. So to give credence to Costa, I think we'll be wasting our precious time. Okay. We'll have a lot of time to campaign for on behalf of Honorable Joseph Numa Bakai. And the campaign is working in our interest. So wasting time here at Costa, it would be a waste of time, waste of our precious time. To discuss Mary Costa that we had to make.
Thank you very much.
I challenge Costa to come out to say you put in 10 person on the street. He's unable to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your contribution tonight.
Wow, folks, man, the line is crazy. Fagon, you and Woozy then were right. I thought Liberian people sleeping. They're not sleeping.
They were sleep. Man, you're playing with something. Liberian people can always decide who their president will be before election day. And I think they finish.
Okay, so we take more calls. We have some.
Oh yeah, come on, my piggy. You're gonna sleep at the station tonight. Don't worry.
No, I'm begging you, man.
Hello, you live.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead. You live.
My name is Jeremy M. I'm calling from SKD Bolivar.
Okay, go ahead quick.
Okay. I want to tell Omer Pagon, thank you that the football is so I know. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, if you are sinner, don't go closer to the devil. Thank you very much.
And you already drinking to the same.
If you see no, don't walk close near the devil, Piggy. I'm begging you.
Yeah.
Hello, you live. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is Prince Property. You know, I'm Johnny from Panelist Supermarket.
Go ahead, Topa.
I just want to talk Costa issue. Costa, he didn't make an exception because when it comes to the issue here, sedition, only pressing you for you to information or so that they can hear about the fact that at the end of the day, you were not supposed to see this. And secondly, when it comes to Kumi and Joseph Boakai, the paper is where, you know, and you go in this coming out 2020. So because Kumi can make in this point, you got to go for it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello? Good evening.
Yeah, hello. Good evening.
Yeah, go ahead quickly. You live.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, for following your platform this evening. My name is Michael Gutumu.
Okay.
And I joined from district number 14, Mobile. As I quietly and listening to your panelists, let me appreciate Honorable Fagon for his stance as it relates to the kind of support towards the Unity Party. Recently, we are saying this. Ambassador, former vice president, is forced to win the presidency campaign. And the message has resonated with the people.
Okay.
Yeah. The Liberian people now, they are going the way of Ambassador Blackeye. The reality here is really poor. When I give you see the numbers, it shows.
Okay.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you for the platform.
Thank you very much. Let's hold you there and take another person. Hello?
Yeah, I'm Timothy Smith calling from Grand Bassa County.
Okay, from Bassa, go ahead. You're live.
You know, I just want to bless God for the small talk show tonight, and this is an advice to all the Liberians. You know, when people talking about Baka sickness, right now, the situation we're in is not about sickness. Yeah, but we the Liberian people recognizing our problem right now. Look at yourself, when you listen, look at your children, look at the level using. We said using Timo Bucky. Our children say people in Timo Bucky don't talk about some of the sickness. It is time we made that decision with the Liberian, with the voter. That's why some of us, we are in the slow. We're telling the people right now, we got to make sure that Joseph Nima Brockers come October 10. It's not about sickness again. It's about us replacing George Weah. It's about we the Liberian, we the voter to replace George Weah with Joseph Nima Brockers. It's our focus because we've been telling somebody, even Joseph Brockers playing Costa, we will vote for him. So we the Liberian have the voting rare. We should get on our feet. All the cheap politics doing that. We're just laughing. We're laughing, but we always in our mind. Our mind are already made up. You can remember when Liberian made the mouth of John Weah, they brought all the dead politics up. The Liberian process of John Weah, they won it. So we are tested John Weah 5 years, and we see that no matter what happens, we will replace President Weah with Joseph Nima Brockers.
Thank you.
You need to know we are, and we are telling the message all over. Thanks to all the panel on School FM, we are with the team.
Thank you very
much.
much.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We take this person. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. You're live.
Yeah. Okay. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. You're live on the radio.
Okay, thank you. My name is Mermapi Gaylord.
Yeah, go ahead.
Speaking directly from District 4, Nima County.
From Nima County?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. We listen to Henry Costa when he broke silence today on several issues in this country. But I was once on the CPP demonstrations where hot water wasted on our bike. And I met him present before the Capitol building and the executive marshal where Darrell DeLong, Henry P. Costa, who organized the demonstrations. along with the rest of the CPP guys, and supported them in the quest. And if today he broke silence, the people who heard the CPP, like Honorable Omer Joseph Waka.
Yeah, just try to wrap up.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Yeah.
And looking at it means he misleading us in his direction. He's misleading us if today he can broke away because of what happened in Ghana and other places that he's not able to solve, or he's not able to look at it and resolve it. And if he can broke away, then
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much from Nima County. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead. You live
I'm Manfred Care from Sino.
from Sino County. Okay.
Yeah. I want my brother there, Spencer, to locate his property in Sino that he has from the $100 million case.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's take this person. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yes, you're live.
You gotta let him finish. Don't cut him off. I beg you, don't cut him off. Let him talk.
Okay.
I don't care what anyone Costa do. He can sit down there, the people fool him. Then say, go say such a thing about the poor man. But God will be him. Liberia has made all their man to vote for Joseph Human God. I don't care what happened. They can even go on ground. But Joseph Human God will be the president. Even be president, won't be with my feeling.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Let's take this person. Hello.
Good evening.
Yeah, go ahead. You're live quickly.
Yeah, my name is Sacho de Vega. I'm calling from Costa.
Okay.
Yeah, let me say thank you to the panelists.
You said you're calling from where?
Congo Town.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, to the issue, let me say this. We all know we have Costa in this country. Costa is not a strange person in this country because we know Costa is someone who is very confused. You don't know what to do, you don't know what to say, you don't know what to do. That's right. So men of Costa are vomiting rubbish. We don't listen to it. So to Mr. Gibson, I call you Mr. Gibson because I believe that you can bomb me. You ask them about Joseph character. Joseph character is only Costa, Mr. Tazon said. It's only Costa because there's a baby who says talking about it. So there's no Joseph Baga can run because there's a character the Costa, baby like Costa. Because character only Costa will know Joseph Baga. He worked in government for the 2 years, will know his character. So no matter what comes rubbish.
Okay. Thank you. Hello. Please.
Good morning.
Yeah. From a radio, please.
Okay, it's okay now, right?
Okay, much better. Go ahead.
Thank you for having me on this line. I've long been waiting. I've been calling initially.
Go ahead.
Honorable Fargon, I tell you, thank you. Sorry that the doctor has left the show, but you always making our show to be a jovial thing.
I mean, please go
Since
to the
we
point.
still want to control Liberia, want to put Liberia on the page or on the red path. Joseph Yuma Boaka, the honorable man, should take the lead. After him, Gongo come and follow. Next, we can take Clarence Moluba. Our in local country in March, I saw Clarence Moluba photo placed for senator. When I asked the Lofiansi Masabuda, he said, "Oh, he was a representative for 2 terms, and he left the post. He wanted to be senator, so we'll carry him." And I said, "Oh, okay, he did well, yes, he did well, yes." But now, when he appeared on the Facebook show, the question they posed to him concerning if it is Ellen that supporting him, the senatorial position was found for him. Why should he leave that thing to the president? So I myself, I believe it was Ellen or the old lady says he's supporting him just to reduce on Joseph. It's not McKennedy. McKennedy was.
I think you messing it up. The one you're talking about is Clarence Massacre.
Yeah,
the president of Kennedy is Clarence Moluba.
Even telling people in my compound, if you don't vote for CDC, I will give you notice.
Okay, so listen to the clarity now.
Yes.
Former Minister Wozi is saying that the person you're talking about is
Clarence
Massacre, the former lawmaker.
The representative.
He is a representative now.
It's called Clarence Massacre.
Okay.
That's what you are referring to.
Literally, people. Today, when I tell people, say, I'm not Tunisian no more, I'm working with the UN doing anytime. My pastor was CDC. When I was CDC was 2011 when he switched around and pulled Richard Thomas as president, and he went for as president and gave up.
Okay.
But throughout.
Thank
One
you.
of my picking look at me and say, my picking said, look, Pape, we will tell you thank you for voting him in because you thought he was a God for Liberian people, and he's not a God, and so that he messed up. So Joe said, even when I always told people when I you put rooster here, you put CDC here,
Okay,
I will take a rooster.
Thank you.
I will take
Thank
a
you.
rooster.
Thank you very much.
So
Hello?
let it go out.
Hello, go ahead. You live? Hello? Hello. Oh, so you call? You don't call your name? Hello. Yeah. Okay, no. So let's take this person. Hello.
Yeah, hello, my name is Fancy Johnson, and I call from Bomi County.
Okay. Go ahead from Bomi.
Yeah, okay, thank you. My mind is driven to Costa. He spoke today lengthily, but everything he said, it comes from the background of a childish thinking. This for the sedition, why have they not celebrated? The sedition have celebrated everything. They celebrated Malabio of recent victory. They also celebrated when Joseph Baga said they honorable coup. They started calling up all Yambri Kana and other to go to the CDC. So the Costa has spoken. Sedition we knew what they are justice, and they went there to welcome Costa. Why have they not celebrated?
Okay.
But what we want to tell them is that everything that we have seen from the buses, the taxi cars, the motorcycles, the keke rider, the people mind made up.
Okay.
And somebody just regularly said that when you can send me a great session from the masses, from how they drive themselves towards somebody.
Thank you.
So let them just follow the
Thank you, Matt. The sound is bad for our ear. Thank you. Thank you for trying to call.
Thank you. So we take this person. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, good evening. Go ahead. You live.
Yeah, let us take two more. Then we'll call it a day, please.
Okay.
GM Gayu and a call from the sympathetic letter lawmaker to show Jake Koluba.
Go ahead.
Thank you, brother. I want to speak precisely to the all-land voter, the all-land citizen of Liberia, UJ Facon and Skelton. Indigenous person, we are built a hospital in President Doni in Gillette. So UJ Facon, that's a free lesson I just gave you. It is some malicious harassment.
You lie that the German people bailing our deputy minister.
Okay, so Kanga, listen. Minister Fagon is coming in.
Our deputy minister is the German people project. Don't lie.
Okay, so he said it is the German government.
The German government. You don't know nothing about our hospital.
We are because he was deputy minister for press and public affairs.
It's the German people, and not just we are doing nothing.
Moment, you didn't know people more than us. I mean,
accept the correction. You said our job we are appealing. Accept the correction.
And if I had the audacity to speak to the political shepherd of God, but the candidate of God feeling.
All right, man. Let's move ahead. Let's move ahead, man.
You going back to
Nelson, move ahead. Take the next caller.
Take the next caller, man. Contact Joe. We are telling people
this
German hospital.
Yeah. Hello. Good evening.
Hello. How are you?
Yes, sir. Good. Go ahead. You're live.
Yeah, my name is Rufus. I call from the U.S. Just trying to contribute towards the issue today. This is just mere politics. The issue of Costa, whatever Costa did. Costa has been like that, and I don't want Liberian people to take it seriously. I think he has just shown who he is. He has brought disgrace to the people of Bon County, claiming to be who he is. So I just want to make that clear.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We want to say, wow, this is Fadika. I'll be stubborn. I say we shouldn't take phone calls. You can put down the number, Nelson. We appreciate your extra time you're working today.
Yeah, me,
I'm not surprised.
But I am surprised. I am. Seriously.
Not
Those are the
surprised.
voices of
One
Liberians out there
person,
speaking.
Senator, one person did not call Cummings. One person. All the calls that are here today. Cummings doesn't exist in Liberian politics. I don't know what the people I was trying to barbecue, like I said, and all the Cummings people believe that there's some miracle sitting now waiting in the corner for Cummings for him to win.
But
He's
that's
like,
the
nobody
reason why.
posts the people
But
to
that's the
call.
reason why, for me, right? It's about Joseph Boakai and George Manuel. Finish. Fagon, I don't know what you're thinking about. I'm done.
But what you expect me to
I'm
think
done.
about?
Everybody that called, they are mad with George Weah. Extremely mad at him for poor leadership.
But how would you like somebody to take you
Cummings' name
from making $150? Somebody that look at you and just cut your money down to $45. You making $400. Somebody that cut, and look at the man who cut your money. One small picking man in your friend say red. Yeah, what's you know what I'm talking about? Just cut your money and decide how much you will make. And for 5 years, Costa or Stanton, then the person stay in front of you and say, okay, Stanton, I didn't know you were making $45. I am so sorry. But from the day he made a speech on January 24th or so, tell me, have the people money increased? That now they're going to recast the budget in the month of July. So then July 26th, which is a few days from now, is when people cheering 126. School now closed. Up to now, they have not even thought about those people. Satan, you don't know what people are going through. There were people who took people's houses for $300 a month because they were making $1,000. You just cut their money down to $150. Why are they taking the other $150 from for say children school fee and food to eat? And they have to go to work. Yeah, there was the man saying that down there. Many days when was he came in my office, I said in my office, I'm not trying to disgrace him. It took almost 10 months was he never had decks. Was he had to go around and hustle for all decks and all air condition. They never gave Wozi car. All the time he was assistant minister. Not even motorbike. Wozi was paying out of his pocket as I was paying some people out of my pocket. To go home, our employees then would stay in the hallway. They're looking at our chief. Yeah, chief. They cut those people money. They cut everybody money. But they increased their salary. They bought cars for their girlfriend. They buy motorbike here and there. They paid people so. There wasn't even staying out here talking today. That was something I can want now stake on his head. I see how much the government owe him and his entity.
But Senator said they're not paying him. They're not paying him because he's on spawn. Senator told him that.
It is something thousand. And every time the media entity go talk about it, I feel cold. Oh, my part of the regime. But somebody eating the money, but they can't pay.
Oh, no. You said that, Fadiga, don't go. No. That's not anything.
So I just want to say, I'm closing my own team by saying one thing here.
Yeah, close for us to go.
They like
you gotta put my rescue tree up, my man. You gotta put that tree up, my man.
Yeah, where's the tree?
The tree in the
chat
room.
Yeah, man, they don't put a tree. What a problem?
No, but then Nelson upload it. Nelson upload the thing.
The tree in the chat room.
Nelson tired, man. The tree.
But let me say this, Fagon. Fagon, I know what you're saying, right?
People are upset.
That's why I'm coming to. But they are not only upset, Fagon, Fadika. But when we say this thing, people get angry at us. The name Cummings. Cummings can serve best when he ULA president. No. Cummings can serve best. Most of you know what I'm talking about, ULA, the organization, yeah. People will vote for Mr. Cummings overwhelmingly.
The man got,
he need to run for that position.
He has good number of
support with the U.S. government officials.
Yes, yeah. So he could head the Liberian community here in America.
About social development issue about Liberians.
Yeah.
He will bring in Dr. Richardson. They will talk about immigration issues about Liberians. He will
let him start practicing leadership here in America.
Mr. Cummings need to run for that position when it's up. And I see people like Fadika supporting him.
No, I will support him to be our president.
There's no way.
I will campaign for him.
Yeah, I will campaign for him.
There's no way the name Cummings can be mentioned in our battle politics today because he's not going anywhere. He's not. It's either George Weah or Boycott or Joe. I don't care what Ambassador Muna would say. That's my sister. It's reason.
You
We can
mulatto now?
take 5 more. Yeah, that's my sister by extension. Let's take 5 more calls because she's Liberian, she's my sister. And let's just ask the people that will call, those 5 people, why the people not making mention of Mr. Combs' name? Why? Everything. The man spent 470,000 United States dollars on retired suffering rally. If people that ate the money, that's why you see Musa Benete is running, Martin Kula is running. Musa Benete brought 7 individuals from Liberty Party. They're all running for representative seat. 7 of them. They are all running.
You know, one of the problems with Center with Cummings doesn't have a doctrine. Sometimes I wonder who is Cummings. Cummings is like this water that you pour in the bottle to take the ship or anything. Everybody just because he doesn't have a doctrine, they keep pouring him left, right, something. And that kind of person, and then want to compare Joseph Yuan Boyka consistency with him. This man is very inconsistent. I don't think he even have. I don't even know why he's in the race. It's just a waste of time.
I do believe.
But yeah, well, why they say you ain't go to the press conference today? And I party.
Like you that one for the more. Somebody
he
tell
said,
me
he
why.
Said that Boyka fooling to allow coming. That was the funniest part. Sorry, he said Boyka fool me.
The way they can't talk it, I want to make it funny now.
Listen, Wozi, it's good that you joined us this evening. Al Hussein, thank you. Honorable Eugene Lamin Fagon, we say thank you. Liberian people
I got one call. Let me pass you one say sorry.
Go ahead, sir.
Go ahead.
Yeah, good evening. Thank you, guys. My name is Moses Sandy. I'm calling from Minnesota. I just wanted to say to Dr. Francine, she kept saying Kumi has good leadership. I was saying I ran on the ANC platform in 2017. Like today, the former CEO was saying that 2 of Cummings' officials were having confusion right on the table. He left and then left. Exactly the same thing he did between me and what's his name?
There you go. You're here for yourself.
Yeah, this guy in what's his name, man? From Nima, who was Taumbe denied me of getting on the ANC ticket, and it began an issue between the chairman and Taumbe. Mr. Cummings did not say anything. Even when we went to the primary in Second PA, they nearly canceled that primary. If I had asked you to tell people, go ahead with your primary, I know I'm still going to get on this ticket. Mr. Cummings is not somebody who makes decisions. I don't know what really they see in him. He does not have good leadership style. How can you have 2 of your major lieutenant fighting among themselves, and you cannot post up to that issue?
So the brother don't hang up on him. Tell you the pause a little bit. Don't hang up on him.
Hold on.
Hold on 1 minute. Fagon, when I make mention of this thing, people say, "Oh, Stanton making up story."
Jesus
right?
is a capital son.
This is the confirmation, because when I said it, Mr. Cummings sat in that meeting, right? The issue was about money. Buhari got mad while Alosha Stowe, who is the Secretary General, tried to form an program. She didn't like it. Like always, she would take picture and tell Mr. Cummings and complain. So what happened this time around? They were having an argument in front of Mr. Cummings. Mr. Cummings said nothing to either one of them. He got up and he left. And they had a heated argument. Folks came in and removed Alosha Stowe. If I want to tell you who told me this thing, you'll be surprised.
Don't talk it.
Don't talk it. Make it talk.
They were having the meeting. Yes, on Saturday they were having a meeting on Saturday. And in the meeting, they were planning how to go and attack Joseph Yima Boyka.
Not just we are.
Wow. And I was said to you folks, we don't tell stories here. We do not. The issue about leadership within the CPP ANC is horrible. It's terrible.
Terrible.
But we'll save some for the more. Let my brother finish talking.
Finish, Moses.
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, all we know right now as Liberians is the country is resolved to carry JMB as the next president of Liberia as the date in 2017. And you can see everything that happened in 2017 is the reverse happening now. Same thing happened in 2017 for George Weah. That's what happened for JMP. Look at the crowd over this weekend. In my hometown, where we have CDC operators going lying to our people, telling them like, oh, the American government are endorsed George Weah. We have been debunking those lies, on radios over there, and telling our people just the truth. And then our people let them down, disappointed there, and came out massively for Joseph Mabwaka. This is to tell you that a decision has been made by the Liberian people. Kumi is a distraction. Let us focus on moving our country forward. Kumi does not have no stake in Liberia. Thank you so much.
Thank you, my brother.
That's a wonderful show, folks. And we have a Muppet show. The Muppet show that already yabi. That's it, folks. That's all, folks. You remember that, Mr. Woolsey? The Muppet can do it the number day in Liberia. Number day in Liberia and say, yabi. That's all, folks. That's all we have for you.
It's time to play the music.
The music.
It's time to
It's time to play the jam.
It's
time to play the music.
On the Muppet show tonight.
The tree was Pago Rescue 1 and 2. Right in front of the American embassy. Right up there.
We should have trained them more.
We need to go find out. We need to go find out. It's time to play the
music. I beg you, before y'all leave, I beg you, but for 1 second, I want to put how job manner we have pronounced man that Yatiya we need today. Yatiya, I beg you, but I beg you, I don't leave you. Yeah, what I say. Let you go and come on.
Mr. President,
welcome.
how are you doing?
We're great.
All right.
Welcome back home.
Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. President. My name is Trokon Farmer and I report for Spoon FM and TV. What Liberia is expected to benefit from your trip to Israel?
Well, first of all, our trip was a holy trip. And then we met with the both leaders, Prime Minister and the President, and, to foster cooperation, to work together for sustainable development. And of course, we are friends, Natalia and I, and then I'm glad to see him back in.
Natalia.
But man, nothing hear me.
No, I'm begging. I want to know what's the man name? What's the Prime Minister name? The message our trip was a holy trip. What was in that trip?
My man, nothing help me in that whole thing to see Edwin Snow in the water, Jefferson Kochi baby. They made it pumping all the people money. Bring all the party, then they go take all the bath. What kind of nonsense is that?
But Mr. Woolsey, what holy in that trip? The man said with his friend Yataya. The man is not Yataya. It's not Yataya.
But don't forget that President Weah is a bilinguist. Maybe he may have pronounced that Yahoo name in the French form or in the German or Arabic.
Look at you.
No. In the Arabic form where it's said, but not in the French form. The man pronouncing that name like a grand crew man. The man.
You see the way about what the man said for school? When the begin saying for school, the white look at
the man said center man.
The full page cheese, say wow.
So now the begin say, my name is Choco Flyman for Spoon.
Yeah, still a
the man say, y'all know run for Stento yet?
What is it? They pronounce they need a booze away.
No, he's a bad linguist. Maybe he might pronounce it in different language form, which is not bad.
Hey,
but anyway, we have a nice
the president is in a serious problem, though. The president knows very well that he's losing the election. No, was he? I think President we have realized that he's losing the election. He have realized.
What?
I think for them to go pray.
I think he's to the place that he has realized that the election over.
The thing is, the people who made our party unpopular are people who were not even part of the revolution. That is the most painful part. Somebody asked me, why are you disenchanted? I told them, no, to use the word disenchantment would be a wrong choice of words, but I'm disillusioned because there are a lot of what I call revolutionary contradictions. There are things that we should have done that we look at and intentionally destroyed. We won the election, we were united, we had a big force, we didn't have to go beyond the land begging small party to come and join us. All we needed to have done was to manage our political assets well. But
that's true.
People within who were afraid of, they had their own targets. Like for some were target for some people. Other people had their own targets. And there were people there who had their own agenda. They still have their own agenda that is far different from President Weah presidency. They want President Weah to be president, but they do not want President Weah to give certain people certain opportunities. They want all the opportunities and decide who to give it to so that they can pay their own clusters within the government. Any party you see like that, that party always brings itself down from power. And that's where CDC is right now. So you see the finance minister guy is sector he's controlling. My big brother who was information minister guy, his own sector he's controlling. So they bring in people who don't have any history in the CDC and give them big positions in the government. So all these things have caused problems and led to the demotivation of the true seditionists. So seditionists are now looking like people who are jammed and they have been disrespected, but then they've been promised the best thing in the second term. How? Why did you, first of all, there are people you brought on board who are politically insignificant. They bring nothing to the party. They got no history. You sat down and allow people to create impression that your party don't have qualified people. You maintain people in government, not because they are sedition or they believe in your leadership, but because your friends, who you feel comfortable being around, favor them. You don't run a government like that. Now, time for elections, you say you will win first round. No, it's not matching, except where the NEC is just going to announce the result and how they announce local country election results. If that is the case, I can tell you, keep me on record that you are preparing the country for war or coup d'etat. I can tell you that for free. Because to depend on the military, to depend on the security sector, or to depend on stakeholders at the National Elections Commission to just declare you why your party is disenchanted. Somebody talk about people going to Israel to go pray. I consider it as desecration of the holy city. Because if you have people who help you to fund a party, George Kalando, Joshua Saki, Jackie Kepat, other people you have not reconciled with them. You still have issues. Why go and say you're praying all the way to Israel? You get reconciled with them and God will have mercy. When you have 90% of the people in the party feel disenchanted and abandoned, disrespected. Now you set up committees of people who betray you before. You put them to manage a party campaign. What is the meaning of that? So that's what some of us are disillusioned by.
Thank you very much, Wozi. We appreciate your time and hope to see you tomorrow. Thank you, Honorable Fagon. Thank you very much, Alpha Dika. To our young friend, student Nelson, we want to say thank you a lot, Nelson.
For the Mayfield,
you have a good evening, folks. A beautiful show.
Mayfield, you have to be able to run sufficient. So I have
you gotta reduce your stomach. You gotta reduce your stomach first. You'll be fine.
I'm a midfielder, so I sort of slap, receive the ball, slap it, receive it, run, start, run, come back. And I want to understand, don't go play basketball.
I hope you break your leg that oh, go ahead, bye. Nelson, thank you very much. That's good.
Well, folks, that's how we like to draw down the curtains on this edition of the program Spoon Talk tonight. Many thanks to you out there for playing the listening role. Those of you listening to your radio, some of you are making your contributions in the comment section. For those of you called in from your different locations, making your contributions tonight, we want to say thanks a lot for following Spoon Talk. The invitation is yours to join us tomorrow for another great edition of the program. Until then, my name is Nelson Colette. I've been here. Of course, join us tomorrow. Bye-bye for now.
You want to get a news update, my brother, tune to Spoon.